Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and all those beyond that spectrum. It's me, Bob the Ninja Goldfish. I am here to host the first half of today's marathon of a stream. As you can probably see from the title and everything around, we've got a bit of a TAS for you today. One of my favorite games of all time, Final Fantasy VII. And we'll get a bit into what 100% is a bit later. But first, let's introduce who's here with me. First, we have iBlink22.
Yo, I'm iBlink22. I used to speedrun Final Fantasy VII 100%, but I have just recently come up with a new route for the game. It's a little bit too advanced for me, so I don't run anymore, and I do other stuff right now. Sid probably knows how frustrating I am with Breath of Fire 2, so yeah, you might hear some snippy comments about
it. And we also have Ace Zephyr with us today.
Hello, I'm Ace Zephyr. I'm less active in the community right now, but I generally work on technical aspects for this game, as well as for the past, 5 or so years, I've been generally working with the 100% route for RTA runs as well. Currently, I'm working on helping a decompilation project that's being worked on for the PSX version.
All right. And lurking around in the background, we have the Sid. Are you here, Sid, or are you futzing around with the video?
Let me make sure. Yes, that should go out. Hello, everybody. I was initially going to be the host. I had a family member have surgery a couple of days ago after rescheduling, so I was like, we should probably have someone a little more dedicated to it. But I also love Final Fantasy VII. And with that, we do have a 12-hour task to play.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get right into it if you guys aren't adverse.
Let's see if Timer Chan keeps up.
Yeah. Luckily, there's two. Thanks. Once again, a quick thank you, Ace, for giving us a nice GUI on this. And we've done more updates since the previous one, so it's even better than the last one. And we are going to fire this off now.
Let's go.
If any of the audio is a little bit loud for you guys, feel free to let me know. I probably should have tested that ahead of time.
Just quiet waiting for that initial music sting.
Just the air is heavy and pregnant, waiting for the doo-doo-doo.
So while we're going through the intro, I'm going to talk a bit both so you can make sure that my volume levels are okay compared to the game audio, and also to talk about some of the elements that you'll see on the video. On the bottom, you might have noticed pop in is a display of the different things that count towards the 100% category in Final Fantasy VII. There are a total of 94 items that need to be collected and present in the inventory when the game ends, so you need to have at least one of each of the items in your inventory. The key items don't count, you can't get all of those, and most of those are used through a progression or checkpoints in completing specific objectives, and in general it doesn't really make sense to count them, and so we don't. You need to collect 127 weapons. You need to collect all weapons, all armors, all accessories, all materia. It's not required to level or master each materia up. There are a couple reasons why that would both be repetitive and take a long time for what is effectively just maximizing a value, whereas the 100% category is more about collecting all the things or completing all the objectives. And also the fact that the underwater materia is technically possible to be mastered, but would take maybe about 3 or 4 times the length of this entire task to do that. Next is E-skills. It is required to collect all 4 E-skill materia individually, and for each E-skill, each enemy skill on those materia to be learned. That's a total of 24 E-skills on each of 4 E-skill materia. That's 96 E-skills. There are 55 limit breaks that need to be learned. All limit breaks need to be learned. All 37 bosses need to be defeated. And there are 9 side quests that we will go into once we get closer to each of them. And on the right side, I have this little percentage counter. It just adds up all the numbers and divides it out of the total. So it's not real. Whether or not you consider that accurate, it's still a number that's going to go up throughout the run. So yeah. Starting out here, we got some menuing. Maximize the battle speed, set our cursor to memory so that every time we want to select the same action over and over again in battle, we don't have to keep menuing to it. And set ATB to wait. This is especially important in a TAS setting, which has the ability, even beyond RTA, to manipulate and use that in order to control the flow of battle and control random events in battle. On the right side, I have listed out information in the battle as well. So at the top, you'll be able to see enemy stats and the current ATB levels, which might be useful for later. That'll be useful when talking about fights where we have, especially when we have a lot of weight tricking working on. On the right side right now, we have what's called the step graph. The encounter logic in Final Fantasy VII is interesting and manipulatable, and we can effectively demonstrate when we will get encounters using the step graph that's on the right. We can consider what's called our position in the encounter table by the red dot at the bottom, and we have the blue and green lines that extend from that demonstrate where we progress through the step graph while either walking or running, and we can see these encounter thresholds that we're going to hit or that we're projected to hit as we continue to move forward and accrue what's called danger, which is where the dot moves from the right side of the graph to the left side of the graph. Right here, we are, we're just running, but we're going to start, I think we're going to start stutter stepping right here. So every 8 frames of movement on hostile fields, the game will attempt to generate a battle check, which is the process of increasing danger and calling random numbers, which moves forward the step graph and determines whether or not you get into a battle. If you are walking or running, determines whether or not whether you're walking or running determines how far forwards and it doesn't determine how far forwards you go, it determines how much danger you accrue. So running accrues more danger, but also lets you travel further between encounter checks. The idea being that if you just walk for a distance, you should increase the same amount of danger per distance traveled, as opposed to if you were running. However, the game only actually checks for whether you're walking or running on the single frame where it actually performs the encounter check. So the TAS has the ability to run for 7 frames and then walk for a single frame. That gets it most of the distance of running for 8 frames, but allows it to only accrue the danger of a walking encounter check. And walking gets you less danger, which means that you're going to get encounters less frequently because the encounter checks because you're not going to have enough danger to hit a particular encounter check. Now, we do want to hit that encounter right there. It is possible to skip encounters in a method that we'll talk about later, but here it would not be useful. And so even a TAS that has the ability to basically completely control randomness doesn't really have the flexibility to be able to just avoid all encounters on field maps.
Jesse is best to go fight me.
And yeah, more stutter stepping here to avoid that higher encounter check. Once we're no longer going to hit it with the running projection, we can then just continue running. Which will be after the Guard Scorpion battle in here. This field is not hostile. Connection just a little bit. I think it's back though.
Sounds familiar to me.
So the TAS waited for just a moment before closing that final text box. This is to ensure that we get a good initial RNG state at the beginning of this battle, as that's controlled by the exact frame that you start on, which will let us get critical hits and such, as we can see here. Critical hits are about 1 in 100 or 1 in 50 or so. I'm not really sure. It's a very low chance per attack that it'll be a critical, with how low level our characters are. Magic attacks cannot crit. And sometimes it's not worth waiting for the next crit frame, either because we'll defeat the enemy in the same number of turns, or just because it would take too long. On the right side, there is also just a list of all the actions that have taken place in battle, and all of the events that are currently listed on the battle queue, which can be queued up in order. This will be useful later on when battles get a little more complicated, we'll just say. That crit on Cloud was nice because we get a full limit bar now. And that's Guard Scorpion. We did get a full limit bar, but we're not going to use it yet. That'll be a special tool that will help us out later.
Times I've played this game, it's never been that easy.
Yeah, no matter if we run or walk right now, we're going to get into the same battle, so we're just going to keep running until we get into it. Thinking about it right now, I probably should have made the running projection line a little brighter. So in battles, you hold L1, R1 to run away, but I believe here, yeah, we're going to do a little bit of weird things in order to actually get the runaway. Every half second or so, it depends on exactly your character's speeds and your ATB and such, your dexterity stats and stuff like that, but every, let's just say half second or so, there is a check that is made to determine if we run away, and the current value of RNG at the time that check is made will determine whether or not we run away. It's always a 1 in 4 chance to reduce what's called the escape difficulty by 1. So we can pause the battle by entering a selection in ATB wait mode, which we're currently on, to let some RNG pass, so that the number that we get once we deselect it and that check comes up ends up being good for us to be able to actually get the runaway check on. There's some other techniques that we can do to mess around with the RNG in battle, and generally battle RNG is something that has a lot of it's interesting. At the very least, battle RNG is interesting to work with. I also think that there's a little bit of the video currently cropped out on the display that's being put on stream.
Yeah, I did try and take a look at that initially, and I couldn't quite tell. I'll see if I can make some adjustments.
Yeah, just letting you know, for example, like, at the bottom right it says disc 1, because that's the current disc that we're on, but the 1 is not visible. I'm not sure if you want to do anything about it. It's probably fine, to be honest, but just letting you know.
I'll see if I can make some adjustments on the settings.
Yeah, the text at the bottom that tells you what we've got to find is a little cut off as well.
I think that's better.
Yeah, luckily it was just a small zoom tweak. Guess it's good from side to side, yeah? Okay, it's just the top and bottom that were cut off.
Yeah, they're all good now, I think.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Thank you for the sanity check. When I was looking at it, I was like, I think it's supposed to be like that. Oops.
No worries, Sid. We're just keeping you honest.
Yeah.
Hey, man, somebody's got to put me to work.
Just blame it on the fact that it's like 102 degrees outside everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is not fun right now.
Meanwhile, it's not like that in Florida. It's the only place that isn't like that. And it should be the only place that is like that.
Also where I'm at right now.
So there's a bit of a technique that I want to introduce here called the paralysis dodge, which is going to be used for a minor time save coming up here, and also some bigger things later. So in general, there are cutscenes that occur in this game that can start when you either talk to somebody or hit a trigger or something. In general, these will disable the ability for the player to move, then play the cutscene, and then re-enable the player's ability to move. What happens if you start two of them at the same time? They will both disable your ability to move, then one of them will finish, whichever one finishes first. That will re-enable your ability to move, and now you're in the middle of the second cutscene, but you still have the ability to move. Then that can do some interesting things, as we'll see here. So at the bottom of this train, there is both Jesse, who you need to speak to continue the story, as well as a trigger that will have a guard come out from the bottom and push you out the first time you hit it, in order to just demonstrate that you're not supposed to go further. If we talk to Jesse and hit the trigger at the same time, we'll get two text boxes because we're starting both of those cutscenes simultaneously. Then, by finishing the guard's text box, we gain control, and can close out Jesse's last text box before the cutscene would continue, while exiting back to the previous section of the train. Normally, Jesse would warp you over to a different map, which continues the cutscene, but shortly before doing so, it sets a flag saying that the cutscene should continue past that point, and then teleports you over a few frames later. So if you leave the map between that flag being set and the teleport to the second part of the cutscene, you get back into the map, the game thinks the cutscene already happened, and you are able to continue on with it, and that saves about 10 to 15 seconds or so. That general technique is used in more areas throughout the run as well. There are going to be a couple of things I want to explain here, but this is more downtime for the most part until maybe for the next 5 or so minutes.
So you spoke a little bit at the beginning about what constitutes the 100% at the bottom.
Yes.
How much of that are we going to see completed today versus completed tomorrow?
Most of it's going to be completed tomorrow. A lot of the run that's done today is getting through the... so there's 3 discs throughout the run, and I actually do think that the run, not really a spoiler, it's pretty evenly distributed between the 3 discs, as in like about a third of it's on disc 1, about a third of it's on disc 2, and about a third of it's on disc 3, which is quite different from how it actually is in game, where the first 2 discs have most of the actual game on it, and the third disc is, if you're just playing through the game without doing anything extra, just the final dungeon. So we're going to do a lot of the actual 100% stuff during that third disc.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. There are some points later on where that percentage counter is going to shoot up quite a bit when we do a lot of stuff at once. Speaking of 100%, we're going to make a trip down here in order to buy the Iron Bangle, which is actually it's an armor. So we see there, right next to the input display, I also have a log of the items, of like the changes to the inventory that are made. So when items are added or removed or equipped to different slots, for example, I have that written there. So if you see a menu, you can kind of see what happened. And so we just added 1 more armor. Also, when characters get added to the party, they come with equipment. So once they get added to the party, I add that to the 100% list. As an example, Tifa right here just had some things added to the party and had a couple of new items collected because she's now in the party. Game Freak, like the third disc has, like, it has a bunch of stuff that we're gonna get to it. The Iron Bangle is available after visiting the bar, but it is available after visiting the bar, but it can't be collected if you then go to Sector 5. But it's also just better to go to the shop before entering the bar. There's a little cutscene that happens that before Barrett is able to be moved out of the way, and by going to the shop first, we let that cutscene play before going to the bar, and so we don't have to wait for Barrett to move if we go to the shop before going to the bar. Oh yeah, right there was another small paralysis dodge that was used to save like a few frames on going up the pinball thing here. That is not used in RTA runs.
And I just want to sit here and vibe to the music.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I will say just for now that the side quests that are listed that are present in the rule set are, and these things were agreed on a while ago by some of the former runners of the category. We can have disagreements as to exactly what constitutes as the 100% category, but this is the one that we've made the task for, and this is the one that 100% RTA runs abide by, and I at least think it's pretty reasonable. The side quests are to breed a gold chocobo at the chocobo ranch, so breed a gold chocobo, to give the guidebook, Earth Harp, and Desert Rose to the Calm Traveler in order to complete his quest, to obtain the items from the Turtle Paradise barkeeper by reading the 6 Turtles Paradise posters posted throughout the world, and then going to the barkeeper and obtaining the items from him, to defeat Raps and reobtain your stolen materia in Wutai, to defeat Godo in the pagoda, to talk to Lucrezia, to complete Lucrezia's quest in the waterfall and obtain the death penalty and chaos items, to at least once win the special battle in Battle Square, to purchase the villa in Costa del Sol, and to obtain all 4 huge materia, although it is not a 100% requirement to place them all in the observatory. You just have to have obtained all 4 of them. And we will not be doing any of those today, I'm pretty sure. Like, we'll be reading some Turtles Paradise posters, but we won't be completing the quest today. So right here, it is quite important that you do not view the materia tutorial. There it actually looks like the cursor doesn't move down before selecting the option, but down was pressed, and if down and circle are pressed on the same frame, then it does actually select the option below the one that the cursor is on if the cursor is rendered.
That's actually good to know. Currently, I'm doing like a little controller project, so learning things about how the game behaves is nice to know.
Yeah.
Those fun little things you just thought you knew, but you didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, like how the game handles it.
Yeah, Overdrive Otaku in chat. I do believe that tomorrow's stream is planned to start at the same time as today's.
That is the idea, yeah.
It is. Yep. We do have a very important question in chat. Who are we going to be taking on the day?
Unfortunately, I do believe that it will not be Barrett.
If only.
Like, Barrett date
That's
is...
what marathon runs are for, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
As has been said a few times, the Barrett date itself is faster, but it's significantly slower to actually fulfill the requirements that it would take to get the Barrett date. Even when we aren't skipping the areas like Cosmo Canyon that we would need to do so in this run, it's still slower to do so. So yeah, the party is now on their way to Sector 5. When, uh-oh, ID scan.
I hate when they check my ID.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I figured
So,
you'd like blink.
Yeah, so here it's actually better to wait for the 15-second timer to expire instead of going to the end of the train. The timer also does continue to count down while you're in the menu, so we're going to do a little bit of menuing here. So getting sent off the train early just puts you further back, so you have to run through more of these screens, but it is still significantly faster than going through the rest of the train and through the rest of the cutscenes. I mean, to be honest, I don't actually know how much faster it is, but it definitely is faster.
To jump off the first car or the second car?
Yeah, to wait for the timer to expire and jump off early.
Yeah. I think in the car after that, you get dialogue before the timer comes in, and the timers get progressively longer, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Plus, these screens are like, they take less than 10 seconds to go through.
Yeah, these are not like, and also this part of the encounter table also just generally has a pretty long gap for your encounters as well, and TAS doesn't really get as hindered by encounters.
Yeah. The only benefit I could see is if in the end it puts you on a route where you are able to minimize like 2 or more encounters.
But that's not the case here.
Yeah. That would be like a huge undertaking to just look into that.
Even if it is, there's other aspects of the encounter route that would make it difficult to implement into 100% specifically, I think.
Yeah.
Like formations, as we might talk about later.
Exactly.
So yeah, we got some stutter stepping to get underneath this encounter threshold that's above us right now. So I did briefly mention earlier that it is actually possible to skip encounters, and this next one, this one that we're gonna hit up here is actually going to be the first one in the run that we skip. There are several reasons why it is not worth just skipping all the encounters, because you might just immediately think, if we can skip all the encounters, why don't we just skip all the encounters? There are several reasons why, even for a TAS, we don't do that. So in order to actually skip encounters, you have to open the menu on the same frame that the encounter would start on. So as soon as we get down, we're going to see that. So yeah, as soon as we get to the bottom of this ladder, we're going to open the menu in order to skip the encounter on the frame that it would happen, which makes it quite difficult to do in an RTA scenario, though there are some situations where it is done. Right there. So a couple of things have just happened. We have passed through the encounter threshold, but we have not had our danger reset. So we still have very high danger, which means we're going to get a lot more encounter thresholds. In addition, you can see on the bottom left corner that we have a warning that the duplicating boss glitch is active. If we activate a scripted encounter now, we will trigger a glitch that results in that encounter happening a second time once it finishes. This, which can, in many circumstances, also softlock or crash the game, which we don't want. And so usually it's only good to skip encounters when either there's not many encounters ahead of you and there's a good distance before the next scripted encounter that you have to take. Or if you need to manipulate formations in order to control which encounters you're getting, which is something that we're going to probably talk about later once it becomes relevant. Probably in the graveyard. So right here, there's these 3 encounters in a row. I'm thinking, I don't actually know, but I'm thinking we're probably just going to take the first one, because that'll lower our danger to get us underneath the rest of them.
It's so hard to tell with how the step graph is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, little bit thing there with the weight in order to make sure that we run away from the fight there. So at this point, we have to have Cloud push the button at the same time as Barrett and T-Fall do. It's not too hard.
Speak for yourself. I screwed that up a lot as a kid.
When you speedrun this game, you can create an audio cue for it.
Yeah, there's a really nice beat pattern that you can use in the music. So that right there was quite important. Barrett's got a limit break now. I wonder what we can do with that.
You know, I was going to be like, is there any benefit to letting an enemy attack you? Limit goes up. Never mind. I don't even need to ask.
Yeah, you get some retribution on them for making your life horrible as a kid.
I wish it was that easy to get limits in Remake and Rebirth.
So here is our second boss. Will be showing up soon, which is Airbuster. That's not Airbuster, that's President Shinra. I know they look kind of similar.
He can be an Airbuster.
So the Airbuster fight is put into a side attack formation where where half of the party's on one side and half the party's on the other. And this boss is meant to teach you about the usefulness of side attacks and attacking an enemy in the back. And so it takes more damage than usual from back attacks. In fact, it takes 5 times as much damage compared to the standard 2 times. Combine that with a bit of a lucky crit, and yeah, it's just dead.
Wow. Just wow.
Yeah, just my entire childhood is crying.
Now I know why they added phases to the remake, so we couldn't do that fun stuff anymore.
Yep, that's 2 out of 37 for the bosses in the run. That is.
Nice.
In general, the question of whether a particular enemy is considered a boss is kind of controversial in the community, but it doesn't really matter that much for this particular run. As in, pretty much everything that you would think of as a boss is a boss, and the controversial ones either don't really matter because you have to do them anyway, with the only exception being Scotch in the wall market, which I don't think is a boss.
Oh, the guys you fight if Cloud doesn't get picked.
Yeah.
I guess it's just the argument of unique name versus like unique enough to be a boss.
Yeah, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of a just if it feels like a boss, then it's a boss.
Yeah. I guess that's like if that's the worst thing the community is arguing on, I think you guys are doing pretty good.
Oh, wait till you hear about Turbo.
I hear about all sorts of things. Sometimes I want to forget. Since we have a quick moment, I should have done this at the very, very beginning. Since the last task was the same thing, lilgecko graciously agreed to allow us to host this on our channel, just as long as we gave them a shout out. Noted that this isn't their first 100% task. This is actually the more recent one. So luckily,
Yes, this is actually their third.
Yeah. Luckily, Ace or Dash got a bug in my ear. Was like, "Oh, the 100% task is interesting," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's long though." And then I thought about it versus an RTA run that can just die to a stiff wind. So,
Yeah, at least with the current routes. At least with the current routes, 100% is 100% run. If done with like fast strats, is very volatile, even though it is literally 15 to 16 hours long. Anyway, there's Aerith.
Putting the claims to rest.
certainly she won't die in this task. She didn't die in the any %.
Clearly. No, that was Eris.
Oh, yeah. Eris.
No, that was Aerith. This is A.
Oh.
Learn the difference.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah, I suppose I should mention that we shorten all the characters' names to one character, because even with fast text speed, text still prints at 6 characters per frame, so on average you're saving maybe half a frame to 1 frame every time a character's name is printed if you shorten it down to 1 character.
Yeah. I know that was like a community kind of just like generally accepted knowledge, and I think Dash did a video on it like within the last few years, somewhat recently.
Yeah, in the
what it actually saves.
Yeah, in the no slots run, it saves about a minute or so, minus the time it takes you to actually make the inputs.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely not negligible.
And yeah, as Sid's saying, it's just like a common thing for any RPG that does scrolling text generation.
Yeah. The big thing is finding out whether it prints a certain number or just an entire block at the same time. It's like, I think Breath of Fire isn't affected by it. At least not...
Oh, it is.
5. 5.
Yeah, 1 and 2 are.
Yeah, it figures.
Yeah, so
I
here
think
in this,
3 and 4 are too.
Yeah, here in this segment, we've got a couple of interesting decisions to make in order to determine how to pass through it. So
It's been a
Aerith
while
falls
since I
down.
played 7, and just some of this, like, the blocking comes off so goofy. We're just like, laying position, slide. There you go. Done.
So first of all, right here, actually we're gonna wait for the barrel to push down. So push down the barrel and get this one guy, and Aerith can just run twice in order to progress through the rest of it without fighting anyone. We're actually gonna take a few steps here. Just dance around a little. That'll be useful later. Because right now we just have to wait for Aerith to run through the rest, because just telling her to run now is sufficient to get her through without any battles, because we took care of that one guy.
Love how the,
It is important to mention that running around there in RTA, I'll see people do that, and this is live on steps, so you are burning steps there.
Yeah, but it being live on steps is precisely why we ran around before, for something that will come up
Correct.
in
Yeah.
10, 20 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Just letting the people know when if they ever are on that screen, if they decide to run the game, that don't do that.
Yeah,
It'll kill your route.
there is even a slight alteration that can be done there in order to take fewer steps at the cost of a bit of time.
Yeah, the older gen of like PlayStation, somewhat PlayStation 2, but mostly everything like PlayStation and before it, having step routes to some extent is really interesting to me. Just like there's no part where you can turn off, at least if you want to have a optimal route. Luckily, I picked all the games that don't have step routes, so you can just curse encounters over and over again instead.
Yeah. Are
you sure about that?
Poor life choices. Hashtag BOF2.
Mm-hmm. I warned you about that one.
Charles wouldn't stop until I started running it. Kind of had to take the L on it.
I remember you saying, I'm excited to see what the whole hubbub is about this one.
If it wasn't for GBA, I wouldn't be touching it. That's all I gotta say. Give me my borderline cheap EXP money earning.
If you're skipping most of the boss battles, or most battles, this is to the person in chat, you're still getting the experience from bosses, and we still have to do a limit grind, so expect something in like the 40s or 50s as probably your final levels.
Yeah, actually, we do end up at pretty high levels in comparison to an 90% run. Anyway, back there was the first Turtles Paradise poster. That's one of 6 posters. We don't have a counter for that particular thing, but that's a requirement for one of the side quests.
Good old cover.
Oh, right, because of the battery cap. So I guess, like, you might have a couple of people at low 60s.
Yeah. Yeah, because of battery caps and because of all the bosses and such. Bosses give a lot of experience in this game. In runs, that is how we get the majority of our... In most, I'm going to say most... I mean, I still think we get a lot of experience from bosses in this run as well, but definitely in any percent-like runs, that's how we get the majority of our experience. And pretty much all of it, if you're not... Yeah, pretty much all of it, actually. I know a lot of games have bosses that really don't give experience in order to incentivize grinding or whatever, but this game bosses give a lot of experience in comparison to normal enemies. Yeah, 4-8 Productions also just recently made a video about several different low-level challenges and how the fact that bosses give experience and that it's not possible to leave a boss battle without having gotten its experience, or how it's not possible to defeat an enemy without also getting its experience, makes it kind of interesting as to how you're actually going to be able to do a low-level challenge in this game.
Yeah, 4-8 Productions does a lot of very interesting videos. This series in general has a lot of very good content creators. I'll have to look up a few of them to make sure I get the right name, but I know another one is, I think it's Garland the Great, that does a lot of challenge runs for this game, like a ridiculous amount. If you think there may be a way to beat the game, Garland's probably done it or is currently working on it.
Oh yeah, Garland is one of the OGs from like 2005 or so, or earlier, that has been working on this game ever since.
Got to appreciate I love that strong.
A little paralysis dodge here actually lets you run through the that segment there without getting stopped by Aerith. So right here, we're going to be exiting the Sector 5 slums after we do a little shopping here. There's going to be a little playground skip, which is done in order to skip a 90-second cutscene with Aerith later on. So right here, we're going to exit. And Aerith is right here waiting for us. Normally, when we get right next to her, we will start a cutscene with her. But getting around that will stop that from happening. We'll stop her from being put in the party, and will prevent a cutscene up here from playing. The real important thing in that in RTA is that due to a frame oscillation thing that happens in the game's script system, that skip has only a 50% chance of working based on the exact parity of the frame that you do the skip on. And in RTA, there actually are now methods to be able to get it more consistently, based to like determine which frame parity you're on and to act accordingly. But it's still difficult to do and not perfectly consistent, even if you're good at it. So here's Wall Market. Our goal throughout this is to get Cloud picked, as it is in pretty much every run, except for a couple of runs, where most runs including this one. The goal is to have Cloud picked by Don Corneo at the end, because it's not worth it. It is worth the investment to get the items as required to do so.
One of those quality of life things in a remake you just can't win, so it's like, all right, let's just do this.
I will basically mention that all the items that you collect here are key items. Those are not counted as 100%, because either there are several different versions of the key items that you could collect, and you can't get all of them, even with any kind of glitches that we have in this version. You just can't get all of them. So you can only get one dress, you can only get one wig, for example, and so you would not be able to collect 100% of the key items, and it's kind of difficult to determine what subset would be required. So all the items that we collect here for the purpose of getting picked by Don Corneo don't count for 100%, and getting picked by Don Corneo isn't a requirement for 100%, but it's still faster, so we do so. So here's a little paralysis dodge here that's mostly TAS only. That lets us save just a couple of seconds exiting the shop after we're done getting the food. One of the requirements to get Don Corneo's letter... sorry, what did I say letter? One of the requirements to get picked by Don Corneo is... it requires getting the pharmacy coupon from this food, which requires us to say that the food is all right, and then go to the drug shop after we go over here to the inn. Buy the one for 200 gil right here. That's something we have to give to the materia salesman. And yeah, we'll explain 100% a bit later, but we're going through the wall marker right now. There's definitely more downtime later. So yeah, pharmacist right here, pick the third option. The digestive.
We did have a question earlier about stutter steps dodging encounters as well, but I feel like you've already talked about that.
I did, but we can go over it again later once it's relevant. Right now, it's not.
Just kind of threw it out there, yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
That sounds good.
No worries.
Honestly, one of the downsides of like a 6-hour stream is we're going to have to cover things a couple of times with people that have wandered in. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things.
Yeah, and I think that's okay. So here, bar skip. There are two different things we have to do here. We have to give this person in the toilet the digestive medicine, as well as get this guy over here to go back to the dress shop and make us a dress. We can do both of those things simultaneously by having one paralysis dodge into the other. So we run both of those cutscenes at the same time, and also be able to skip several long animations that happen during those cutscenes. That saves like 15 seconds or so in an RTA setting. And now that we have now we can go get I believe the diamond TR from this guy, if I remember correctly.
Yep, that's correct.
Yep. Go pick up our dress from the dress shop. Since we told the dress shop owner that we want a shiny dress that shimmers, or I don't remember actually what the first choice was, but we gave him the right choices, so we get the best dress. Or rather, the dress would work if we had a wig to go along with it. And what better place to get wigs than at the gym?
Of course. That's perfectly logical thinking.
At least this is a fair mini game. This is the salty remake runner.
We did have an excellent question in chat here. How long did this TAS take to produce?
I don't know, though I do believe that the first version of this task took about 3... I don't know if it took 3 months or 6 months. But I think it was like 6 months, but not all, but not necessarily of constant work. So right here, the squats game is pretty simple if you actually just look at the controller display. It actually shows pretty well that you can just buffer and hold each of the inputs. You don't actually have to time each of the inputs. You just have to press. You can actually just press and hold them, and then once the action comes up, it'll go automatically. So you can get 21 squats here, but it would actually. But if he had done so, the game would have had to have waited for him to finish the 21st squat. So it just is a little bit faster to only get 20 and just let the game end naturally, which is still enough to win, so it's fine. The amount of squats that the opponent does is random, and he can actually do up to 20 squats based on both RNG and a timer factor, but that's a 1 in 256 chance at best to get, and usually he doesn't do that many. And doing the buffering strat makes it pretty easy to always get 20 or 21, and I'm pretty sure that if he had gotten 20, then the timer works out that you go get 21. So it should not really be the case that that game is a problem in an RTA setting, at least. With practice and everything, of course. So I'm going to bring your attention to the step graph on the right side. It might be kind of hard to see because of stream compression, but there are small purple dots immediately above the red dot that represents the current position in the encounter table that we are on. Those will be important in just a little bit, and it's the reason why we did some dancing around while waiting for Aerith in the Sector 5 church.
This room has so many different connotations when you look at it as an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the remake, you're just like, yep, I mean, this is just like the
You
original.
certainly went there.
So there's actually our first ether in the run. They're quite useful to sell for money. I actually think I should have mentioned earlier that the shop that we took in Sector 5 allowed us to buy things like grenades in particular. I'm pretty sure that we actually just bought grenades there. Grenades will be quite useful as a damage source throughout the early parts of the run, as it is the case in pretty much all Final Fantasy VII runs.
It's very interesting, yeah, because like casually nobody touches the grenades at all, and it's just night and day difference between that and a casual run. Everybody uses them in runs.
Yeah, they're really nice if you just want to get through the game and know how much damage you're going to need to deal in order to be able to do that, basically. And so Cloud got picked. So the party's falling into the sewers, where we will, of course, meet our friend Apps. Interestingly enough, the game actually is programmed to allow Apps to be a preemptive fight with it turned around at the start of the battle, in case you weren't aware at some point before. This is used in speedruns in order to get a preemptive fight against it, as we will be able to see here. The game has an interesting way of determining whether fights are supposed to be preemptive or not. It kind of assigns a preemptive value to every step ID, and those pink dots, or those colored dots on the step graph, indicate those steps that are assigned to be preemptive. That usually doesn't actually matter if there isn't also an encounter, a battle check that you're going to hit on that step ID. But in this case, we can land on a preemptive step ID and then start a boss fight, which actually forces that boss fight to be preemptive if the boss fight formation allows for it, which in this case it does. So the dot's right on top of the dotted line. That indicates that we're on a preemptive step ID. And look, it's facing away from us. That lets us do a quad damage critical braver for over half its health. Yeah, as an example, Xtoko, as an example, that braver that we did, that was done, was manipulated to be a critical hit, which is maybe a 1 in 50 chance right now, I think. Yeah, battle RNG manipulation is something that the idea of has been explored for RTA, but it's very complicated and very interconnected with several different parts of the game that would make it very difficult to actually do, though there is now one actual proof of concept possibility that could be implemented into 100% and might save time, but it's still difficult and would require a fairly significant reroute, I think, of a good portion of the run at least.
Yeah, if I've got anything to say, go ahead.
Wait, what was the question of that?
Oh, it was the drops is what we were referring to. The question in chat was how to task get past the drops and steals, and we kind of dovetailed into an RTA route.
And that's what led into the route of the RTA. Yeah.
I mean, that's not really what that... It is a possibility to manipulate a steal of the Vadris Claw item.
Yeah, the only steal in any video game that has 2 videos about why it's awful. Watch both.
There was also a possibility that I floated to Ace about possibly an Earth Mallet drop manipulation.
That's the Gigas on the way down the crater, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of steals, we just stole a Ghost Hand. That is a missable item that we can only get right now via steal, I think.
Yeah. That's not, like, super out of the way either.
Yeah, but it is missable, so we do have to get it at some point before it becomes unobtainable.
Yep.
But yeah, Gigas manipulation, the idea of that is actually less unreasonable than I originally thought, but I cannot say right now that I expect it to actually be able to happen.
I kind of did a little bit of testing on the current route to see how feasible it would be, and based on Brutal Speed doing some already existing tweaks to the route, that it could be fairly easy to, from a hard reset, do some battle skipping so that the Gigas is the only encounter that you get.
Yeah, but even if that is the case, that would still not guarantee a feasible manipulation.
Fair. A lot of investigation, but if we can make it happen, it'll make 100% a lot more frustration-proof.
It would at least turn a pure RNG component into a skill-based one.
Since we've been going for about an hour, I just want to say hello to everyone who's joined us since the beginning of the stream. This is part of our random encounters programming here on the RPG Limit Break channel. We're doing a bit of a 2-day marathon for you. Not that kind of marathon. We're not getting that crazy. This is 100% TAS for Final Fantasy VII. If you want to know what 100% TAS is, there's a bunch of lists at the bottom of the gameplay screen that you can see that will be incrementing up. We will go over it a bit more in detail a bit later in the run because we've just covered it recently. But welcome in. Shout outs to anyone who's watching on YouTube, anyone who's watching the VODs later. We're glad to have you.
Yep, part of the 100% run requires us to defeat all the bosses in the game on this game, or at least all the fights that we consider to be bosses. One of which is this fight against the Reno, against Turk's Reno up here.
Well, you know, we did get something out of asking how long this task took. It prompted me to poke lilgecko, and I got a response that yes, this is the third version, and apparently there's a fourth version probably in the works that actually uses glitch items and cloud surfing. So it's going to be way different from this if and when it gets finished.
That is interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't give me too much detail because apparently he's very sick in the hospital, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have heard that lilgecko just generally has had some issues like that, and I do wish him the best of luck and the best of health.
Speaking from someone that's very often in that same situation, get better, brother.
Yep. It's very much appreciated that they put this much work into something like this, especially under such a situation.
Alright, that's our fourth boss completed.
Surely that counts like 3 times because Reno just keeps coming back for more.
I've got a Turk infestation. I just can't get rid of him.
Yeah, we got to beat each of them 4 times.
It's a shame they don't have their god tier steals this early in the game.
Yeah.
Just imagine how miserable the run would actually be, though, if you had to, like, this is where stealing RTA and then having to reset.
Yeah.
You just can't steal it. Ugh.
Well, one thing I learned in routing the advanced route regarding those god tier steals is with a sneak glove, they're 100% guaranteed.
A sneak glove, what? It makes it always the rare item that you're after?
No, the sneak glove. So there is a component in the steal formula about a comparison between your level and the enemy's level that is effectively removed and replaced with a maximum best value if you have a sneak glove.
Okay.
So it's like you're always stealing if you're level 100, I think, or 99 or something.
Gotcha.
Or maybe where the difference between your levels is always 99 or 100 or something.
Steal mechanics just like are so volatile and different between every game. It's kind of hard to get a grasp on it.
Notably, in this game, using a sneak glove will make it so that you always get the soft against the Badgerisk enemies as opposed to a Badgerisk claw. And there is also a maximum level at which it is possible to steal the Badgerisk claw. So, as an example for that one, that would make it harder to steal a particular item.
That's never missable, right? Just obnoxious to get.
It is missable if all of your characters reach level 72 or higher. You can no longer get the Badgerisk claw.
Okay, the enemy is always available, but the levels can block you out of it. Okay.
Yes, just because it's a 100% chance to steal a soft from one of the first 2 steal slots if you get too high of a level.
Sometimes you look at the way that the gameplay is programmed for certain games, and you're just like, you guys just wrote this formula down and went shrug, huh?
I have to think that, development times, some things just don't get play tested.
I mean, to be fair, it's super easy as like a player to be a snarky jerk about it, but I understand it's a lot more complicated than that.
More so nowadays than I would expect in the late 90s.
Yeah.
We let a lot of crazy stuff be okay when we were playing it back then.
It's this weird balance between like fun glitches and then glitches that just ruin your 70-hour playthrough.
Yeah, well, let's just say this one, because this one's always fun. We were totally cool with "This Guy Are Sick."
This guy are sick, yeah. The
nowadays, I bet if like that appeared in remake for people who had never played the OG, they would have been like, "What the fuck? Sorry, excuse my language. This game sucks." And how could they let this through without grammar checking?
Considering how social media has just brain rotted people, I'm gonna shrug at that one. I don't know how many people would even realize it was a grammar error.
Because I think back to the AVGN videos and how when you beat the game, they would be like, congratulations.
Congratulations, yep. I went through beating the NES Ghostbusters, and this is what I get. Ah!
Don't talk to me about that. Oh.
Oh. That's what happens when you get 4 old men in a room.
I don't know. Ace is pretty young.
Water off a duck's back. Yeah, whatever.
Either he's like, I don't care about the comment, or no, I'm an honorary old man too.
So you hit the 30s and you might as well be 79 on the internet.
Might as well be 6'7".
No. Why did I bring you here?
Oh, goodness.
Thank you, folks. That's all from me. Good night.
Man, it is interesting going back and watching the TAS like this. You watch these cutscenes versus like the modern ones. How they made such a, I guess it's like not that nowadays, not that stellar of a presentation, and made it land back then as she's waiting for her loved one that's never coming back.
I do want to point out one thing about this cutscene that Run started doing in the last few years, because the TAS is going to just manipulate it because it can, but normal RTA players have been using this cutscene after grabbing the items in Aerith's garden, so that they can understand what RNG value they're on, using a slowed down replay of the last 10 seconds outside of Aerith's house, and counting waterfall glows, which are triggered by RNG. So by knowing what value they're on, they'll know what manipulation path that they have to take by counting the save crystal rotations and then doing perfect movement in a certain way to the Shinra building. So that way they can get a fightless elevator or a one-fight elevator.
Yeah, for a while that wasn't considered useful, or that wasn't considered worth it for 100% RTA runs, but now it's being used in the newest routes, I believe.
Yep.
Because it's
Yeah. And
faster
it's still less-
elevator versus an elixir, I think, really.
Well, it's
Elevator saves like 1 minute,
Ooh.
and versus the stairs, which has the elixir, but the elixir is really just a safety elixir.
Okay.
in addition, so yeah, I suppose that's the case, but also there are other reasons why the stairs or elevator will save or lose time in a 100% run. So,
Yeah.
where I'm pretty sure that elevator actually saves less time, unless there's some kind of formations thing I don't know of, or there's some other advantage.
No, right now it's you save back some of the time from that stair warping glitch later by collecting Turtle's Paradise on the way to the elevator rather
Yeah, I know
than
about
doing
that.
it at the end.
Yeah, I know about that, and that I'm pretty sure that collecting Turtle's Paradise at the end is less time than the stair warp saves.
It is. Yeah, stair warp saves what, 40 seconds?
35 or so, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, and then the 15 seconds that you save at the end. So it just makes the stair warping save only 20 seconds.
It makes stairs lose 20 fewer seconds compared to a
There you go, yeah.
run versus elevator.
Yeah.
Elevator definitely saves more than that over stairs, probably at least. But But then there are other considerations based on the exact permutation of the particular route that you end up with.
It
Right,
sounds
right.
like we're not going to see the stair warping. Out of ignorance, may I ask what exactly is a stair warp?
This is a
So,
glitch that is...
yeah.
Sorry,
I'll let
yeah,
Ace explain it.
Sure. The stair warp that we're talking about is a glitch that is present in the Shinra stairs that can be abused during the return to Midgar all the way at the end of the second disc in order to traverse through and collect the items in the return to Shinra's Shinra Tower section more quickly and more efficiently. Basically, if you climb all the way up the stairs, or rather okay, I'm gonna have to explain how the stairs work, and we're not even gonna go on the stairs.
This is how stairs
just
work,
make it
okay?
very simple. The stairs has 3 different screens that are unique. You have top, bottom, and middle. And the game counts how many of them you've gone up to a max number. That number never gets reset throughout your whole playthrough of the game. So when you come back later, and after climbing the stairs up in Disc 1, if you go from the bottom and go up 1 level, it still retains that max value as if you were at the top of the stairs. So if you immediately go back 1 screen after climbing up 1 screen in Return to Midgar, it warps you all the way to the screen below the top.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, basically, that middle screen, instead of transitioning between 7 different copies of the screen, it just uses the same copy of the screen and keeps track of which iteration you're on, as a number from 0 to 6. But for some reason, the game saves that number in a part of memory that gets saved to your save file, so this glitch won't even get fixed by saving and reloading the game, for example. And
Why have I only just noticed?
It also does not get reset when you enter through the bottom. So if you enter through the bottom and then climb up to the first middle screen, you're set to middle screen number 6 instead of middle screen number 0. And so if you go back down the stairs, you go from middle screen 6 to middle screen 5, and the item you need to grab is on middle screen 4. And that's faster than taking the elevator up and going down from the top.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But that only happens if you ever visit middle screen 6, and if you take the elevator, it's not worth it to then go down the stairs to hit middle screen 6 to come back up to be able to go up the stairs later in order to do stair warp. That's not worth it. But it is worth it if you took the stairs up to get up the first time. which is slower than taking the elevator if you manipulate the elevator.
And funny enough, this was information that was known on like forums and stuff, but was only rediscovered at one point when one of the runners, RJ the Destroyer, was watching someone's casual stream, and their chat was like, "Hey, this glitch exists," and they performed it live, and then RJ just dropped it on the speedrun Discord.
Yeah, Aligar, this TAS is just under 12 hours in length. We will be doing 6 hours today and 6 hours tomorrow. That's at least the current plan, I'll just say.
Yeah, unless there's some reason to change it, but I don't see that future happening. We're gonna initially do it on 2 Sundays, and I'm like, I can stream half of it on Saturday so that people don't have to wait a week or more in between parts, especially with the back half being kind of filled with grinding, being a little bit less interesting than the first half.
Yeah, my work also doesn't really give me 2 Sundays in consecutive, 2 consecutive Sundays off right now.
Fair.
That's crazy.
It's a weird season at my work.
I mean, that's kind of why we've done a July 4th, July 5th, too, is we did our best because I realize Ace, the GUI that he added, and Dash were very instrumental in the previous task being as interesting as it was. But I did know my good buddy Blink here was cooking up a 100% route RTA, so I figured it'd be good for one of the days Dash wasn't available.
Well, let's say it's not cooking up, it's already cooked up, and
Fair.
Zeal has already run the route. It is a beautiful route.
Nothing better than cooking up a route and then running away the other direction. Not doing any of the work.
I'm just the kind of person that's like, I like being competitive and grinding, and 100% was too long and too frustrating for me to dedicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of never really had time to do full 100% runs, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't have had the patience, to be honest.
I can't imagine getting, 3 or 4 hours in and then get Earth Mallet scammed.
It's at 6 hours.
Is it 6?
Yeah. That was actually the point at which I was like, yeah, there's no way I could do this.
I could do resets for gold, but not for this.
Yeah.
So I've played through disc 1 of this game. Got to be 40 or 50 times at this point.
So,
How have I
Prefect,
never...
so I'm just going to talk about the elevator here, if it's okay.
Yeah.
So, the floor number that you land on determines which enemies you get. The floor 17 one is just these 2 guys, which each die to 1 grenade, so that's pretty quick. 29, 38, 47, and 56, all the floor numbers where the 2 digits add to 11, kind of interestingly enough. Those floors will not give you any enemy. Every time you press the button, you jump forward by a random number between 7 and 15 floors, starting from floor 6. So from 17, we jump forward 12 to hit 29. We're going to jump forward 9 to hit 38. And so you get this guy instead, basically. We jump forward 9 and we hit 38. We're going to jump forward 9 and hit 47 here. We're going to hit level 47, baby. And from here, we can jump all the way to floor 59, which is the very top. So we're just going to jump over floor 56 and hit 59 instead. The goal, and that is now, that for a few years now, that has been doable RTA, and that is done to climb up the elevator very quickly.
I do appreciate the elevator sound in the background, and I'm like, whose fanning am I hearing? Over here.
Interesting.
I want to point something out here. The top right, you can see all the enemies and their ATVs and their stats. You can see there's 6 enemies here, but there's clearly 3. It turns out each of the Mighty Guards has 2 different enemies inside of them, the armored version and the unarmored version, and you can kind of see here how that fight works.
Specifically, I'm saying interesting to where he got this fight. For the chat, this screen is not active on encounters, until after you killed these enemies. And so he's currently a further distance from the elevator, meaning he's going to advance the step route a little bit more than where the RTA usually does this, which is down at the bottom.
Yeah, that's
unless
also
I'm
really...
wrong, unless this is closer.
No,
this is definitely farther.
No, it's definitely farther from the optimal position that you could do it from. But
yeah,
it's also it's also just worth generally mentioning that the first floor and that floor right there after you finish the fight are, I don't know whether this was deliberate or not, but they are set up in a way where if you get into an encounter, even if the encounter is normally meant to be escapable, you cannot escape from it just because that flag is set. That's set very rarely in the games. There's very few places where that's the case, but that is one of them.
Yeah, the first floor and that floor.
I say that might be...
I say that it totally is.
Okay.
They only occur on screens where a scripted encounter is going to happen and movement can occur afterwards.
Yeah, because the game turns escapes off for the scripted encounter, though oftentimes the scripted encounter itself has escapes turned off in the battle formation, so you couldn't run away anyway. And regardless, and it forgets to turn those runaways back on after the fight. So there are a few locations in the game where you could get into an encounter that you cannot run away from, even if it's an encounter you should normally be able to run away from. The other notable time that happens is immediately after Schizo, where you've got some pretty powerful enemies that can happen with. So floor 62, there are a couple of ways to be able to determine what the mayor's password is, but it's determined by IGT, so we just pretty much take whatever we get. The mayor is the Mako. That doesn't really work, I'll be honest. There is also a coupon puzzle game on floor 63, but the rewards from it are, I believe, a star pendant, the 4 slots, and all materia, none of which are unique to that. So we will actually not be doing the coupon game, and the coupon game itself doesn't have a requirement for 100% for that to be done specifically. So older routes actually did it because it was a good location to get several of those items, and those items are actually all very very nice, but they're not required, and we were able to route them out, so we did.
Yeah, like in the older routes, I suspect that it was like a money issue procuring them from shops. Or that there was a need to actually pick them up, like the Star Pendant, for poison reasons.
I think Star Pendant was mostly to sell, but just generally having that flexibility to have more money to be able to make a more flexible route was also nicer with older routes, I assume.
No. What I mean by the poison is like, say for the Deadly Waste Steel, like you could be in the fight longer.
Oh, no, you're right, that too. I forgot about that.
Or even Bottomswell Bio, because you also get a star pendant from Motorball.
Yeah, no, I'm remembering now. I mean, that wouldn't be useful on Bottomswell. That wouldn't be useful on Bottomswell because you see the enemy you're poisoning, but I do understand.
Oh, right. Sorry, that was... I've got that backwards.
Anyway, yeah, we just go through the rooms here and collect one part each time.
Yeah, mix of, it's still early for me, I'm West Coast, so this was like less sleep than I normally get. And I also am ecstatic I got some progress on my controller project just now.
That's really nice.
Yeah, there's some nights I'll be like at pseudo insomnia, 1 a.m. in the morning on the East time. Link has started streaming Breath of Fire 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
9 p.m. runs.
I'm bad with time. I just assume everything's on East Coast, so.
He never comes in to say hi either. What a friend.
Oh boy, Midnight Breath of Fire.
That's what I call it after I've had a curry.
They say burning the midnight oil. I say burning the midnight breath.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, like I've played this one's game 40 odd times, watched so many speed runs. I'm still flabbergasted we can get this far into the game in like 90 minutes.
Yeah.
And this was without the big skip that you can do that lets you get all the way through Midgar in 90 minutes.
Yeah, true.
The fact that this game has so many like different breaks, that it has like the standard any percent, standard 100%, but like 4 additional categories to facilitate those different ways to play is super interesting to me.
Yeah.
Also, how have I never realized that the big graffiti wall you go to has Avalanche written on it, but it's misspelled?
Yeah.
A burl.
Avalanche.
They were just big Avril Lavigne fans before it was a thing.
For Avril Lavigne might have been alive, I think.
I mean, it makes sense for a slum setting.
Quick
Oh,
little
yeah.
thing
Would
here.
expect that.
Quick little thing here. Paralysis dodge. Off this random NPC here that we can talk to, and by random I mean he's controlled by RNG.
Oh.
That lets us do a little skip there to not have to wait for Hojo to go up the stairs before we go up. And somehow he still makes it up before us.
Magic. Even though he's a scientist, magic.
We got like halfway up the stairs and then Spider-Man to the ceiling. Just wait for him to go by.
Anyway, don't pay attention to the floor number.
Ah!
I hate it here. I hate it here.
6-7.
Why did I agree
love
to
that
do
Ace
this?
is on the same level as me right
You could have at least waited 2 floors.
I could have.
You can't, because they don't put the number on that one.
That's actually terrorism.
Exactly.
Come on, man, that's not fair.
The funny number they do, the annoying funny number wait, I got that backwards. Never mind. Hold on, sleep deprivation. I'm gonna just go and have some life.
Reset for a second.
Anyway,
Beer back.
Anyway, yeah, while we wait for Iveling to come back, we did just steal a hard edge from that fight, so it's nice to get that, I guess. I don't actually know if we use it in some of the upcoming fights or not. I think no, I'm pretty sure we will, actually.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a reason not to.
I think.
Just being stronger, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to braver everything, then it would be better.
Yeah.
It's always on my hit list, that and the Shinra Alphas, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's an item we're going to get much later.
Yeah, whatever the steel is here, the armor, Shinra Betas, or I forget. It's just always on the hit list because you get those from the host breakout, I think. Because this is like the first chance you have to have some like really major good improvement in between the armor and Cloud's weapon, because he's been stuck with a Buster Sword the whole time.
Yeah, and we even steal at RTA in the 90% runs that. Oh yeah, another little paralysis dodge there to get the poison materia based off this, and we did that off the save crystal actually. So when you enter a save crystal that paralyzes you while it puts the text up, interrupt that with the poison, opening the poison chest. That lets us move while the chest animation is still opening.
Yeah.
But yeah, we still actually do steal the hard edge in any percent runs that do like disc 1 skip and everything, because that damage is really useful on Genova Life, as we saw back on the other TAS of Final Fantasy VII that was demonstrated here a few months ago.
I can't tell you how happy I was when I saw the hard edge getting stolen, because it's always kind of been like, why? It's so good. I know it's annoying to steal, but it's cool. I was one of those fools where it's like Buster to hard edge to Force Stealer to Rune Blade, never change.
here's Red 13.
Ineffectively doing his job. He is not mauling him hard enough.
And it's called nuzzling.
Little nose.
He's definitely nuzzling Hojo there.
But yeah, after we name him, we'll also get the items that he contains, including a sense materia. Which is kind of interesting just because there's a materia that we pass by in the playground in Sector 6 over and over again in all runs, including 100%, because that is a sense materia, and even though it's literally right there, it comes with red, so it's not worth grabbing.
Yeah, since it's like one of those materias, you either use it on your first playthrough or never, and you just gain facts everything.
Yeah, so ATB weight is especially useful on this fight, especially in RTA. So TAS has been using it the whole time, where it's basically able to freeze time and control and get more turns in. I could probably explain it better on a later fight, to be honest, but effectively by controlling the flow of ATB, we're able to gain time when we want to and not when we don't. Also, don't look at the percent counter. Anyway, we're able to basically use ATB
I'm not falling for that again. I'm not.
Anyway, we're able to use ATB weight tricking in order to effectively allow us to gain time when the enemies are doing their attacks and not let the enemies gain time when we're doing our attacks and can't gain ATB. Okay, now you can look at the percent counter. Now it's nice.
I would have responded to the 671 sooner, but I had a pizza roll in my mouth.
Yeah, so we actually also just picked up the enemy skill materia. That is one of 4 distinct enemy skill materia we're going to have to pick up. The 100% requirement does actually require that we pick up all 4 individually. There is a way to duplicate materia, but we're kind of relying on the fact that it's not useful to do in a 100% run to not have to worry about making rules around it.
Yeah, that reminds me of 4-8 Productions like video about smuggling materia or something like that, and I'm just like, this game is so broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have to collect each of them individually, and we have to have all of them learn all enemy skills. That's not going to start for a good while. I don't think we're going to learn any enemy skills for another hour or an hour and a half or so, but that's a thing we can start doing now that we have an enemy skill materia.
And at least that's the one thing that's consistent, is there's very good enemy skills in both this and the remakes, Rebirth. Sure, there'll be something in Revelation that makes it pretty broken too.
Yeah, maybe.
Feels weird knowing that title.
So yeah, to get through this little jail sequence, we want to talk to Aerith. That's all we have to do in order to progress through. Before it lets us go to sleep and pass past this section. Now the door's open.
However, did that happen?
So there is actually a small little skip that we're going to do here, another paralysis dodge, actually. Once we go free Barret and Red, we can... I'm actually not exactly certain what happens here, in the sense that I don't exactly know the mechanics behind it, but we can talk to Barret and get free from his cutscene trigger, and then talk to Tifa and Aerith just a little bit earlier than normal. That saves like a second, I think. It's worth going for, or at least it's worth trying to attempt quickly in an RTA setting, but not really worth doing any kind of setup for. Oh yeah, that paralysis dodge we did to get the poison materia chest earlier actually keeps the chest closed, so we could actually get another poison materia if we wanted. At least, I'm pretty sure. No, yeah, duping the poison materia is actually a strat that was used, or at least considered in RTA. Also, the number 69 is there. And we are at 6.9% on floor 69. Now we are not. Okay, now we're at 7.0% on floor 70.
I remember seeing this blood trail for the first time. Oh, man.
Okay, I'm back. Hopefully more lucid.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, friend.
Welcome back to Gunners. We can just go to sleep again.
Nice. Chuck grenades. Well, let's see. Hold on. This is the TAS. It might be more interesting than that.
Yeah, to be honest, it probably will leave. There probably will be something. I just don't know what though. My guess is limits of some kind.
Maybe. Maybe limit crits?
Maybe.
Oh, a crit right there.
Quite possibly regular crits, as we
Yeah.
have now seen two of.
Yeah. Screen go flash.
Yeah, that waiting is a crit. I have forgotten to mention this, but one of the mechanics of the game to learning limit breaks requires you to use some of them a certain amount of time. So some limit levels for some characters have 1 and 2 varieties of them. And to get the second limit for that particular limit level, you have to use the first one a number of times. So I probably should have figured out a way to add that to the display somehow here, but that's going to be something that we're going to have to use limits for throughout the run.
I think it's good that you didn't, only because then it gets a little too busy.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
How hard it is to get it? You pick up the mithril and you take it to the guy.
Yeah, like casually it's obnoxious because you have to go in at like a certain amount of fights or something like that. But
kills.
Kills. But the TAS would always know that information.
Yep.
It's another one
We
of
do,
those. Go ahead.
We'll see.
We used to have it routed in the previous route, where as long as you stayed on step route, you got the kills that Eris needed. Now it's a little more complicated because of world map farming.
Yeah, so here, I'm pretty sure this battle is going to go pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
And he's dead.
A limit crit.
Anyway, that was 2 sets of boss fights, just real quick. Bosses numbers 6 and 7. I'm sorry, I will stop here.
No, you're good. Yeah, I was surprised. A hard edge limit crit, one shots, and wow.
I have never seen a person so dedicated to the 6-7 joke. I guess he is much younger than us. He's proven it.
Oh, Ace is doing the. Wow. Went over my head.
That's what we get. That's what I get for calling him old. I get 6-7 times 3. Let's see how far the combo can go.
I can't believe another 6-7 joke came out.
Hey, I hate it as much. Doesn't mean I can't do it.
I hate it, but also I'm gonna torture you all with it. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, Murdoch is specifying it's not getting, it's actually teaching it to Aerith that he's mentioning. But I mean, I guess farming kills with Aerith is not any more or less difficult than the rest of the party. Probably just a little bit slower since it's earlier in the game rather than later.
I would say, okay, yes, because of access to materia, but you still have a good amount to do it with because enemy skills are available. And they're fairly quick with enemy skills too.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually checked if the timer actually matches the TAS video's time. It's just the timer, or it's just a timer that I put on the rendered video. So it might not actually be accurate to the time of the run, but it's close enough.
Better than my timer that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I suppose.
So with this mini game, normally what we would be doing is, Cloud is swinging his sword around, and the motorcyclists are they react based on like their color differently to how. What am I trying to say here? You basically have two different cycle colors. You have red and orange, where the red will respond to how Cloud's actions are. So if you're swinging, they'll do their best to avoid you, versus the orange are always going to try and go for the truck. So here in the TAS, it doesn't really matter, but for RTA, we kind of like having 3 red bikes come up because 3 is the max that can be on the screen. And you could just hold square or circle, and then that's it. Like, Cloud will just keep swinging, and the red bikes will stay behind you.
Fun fact, if you use the wrong BIOS to load this game in a TAS in an emulator and actually play the TAS pack, this minigame is the first point at which it will desync.
Oh, so the PS1 BIOS matters for this game.
It does, and I'm pretty sure the only thing that matters is the initial RNG seed on boot up for system RNG.
Huh.
This damage that's being taken is intentional. We have not desynced. It's to manipulate how the fight works, because Motorball has attacks that will target different characters based on their current HP, and the HP actually carries over from this game into the fight. So you've got a little bit less than max for everyone, and a bit more less than max on Tifa. Yeah, and Motorball using his arm attack right here will always target the character with the most HP. Though he has a random chance to either do 1 or 2, though I'm pretty sure it's manipulated to always just do 1.
Crits for insane damage, wow.
That's the power of the Hard Edge, and I'm pretty sure it has Lightning Elemental on it.
Yeah, wow.
What's this about needing to worry about over-damaging? Alright, we're getting close to about 2 hours-ish in, and we're about 8% done. We keep this up, it should take about a day or so?
Yeah, I mean, if we work it out at that percentage, I'd say about a day.
So yeah, a little paralysis dodge here. I kind of forgot about it, actually, just because it's so common in runs. But a little skip there in order to not have to talk to Barrett to exit to the world map. So here is the world map. As you can see, we're moving diagonally. This is because there's a little thing with how the game calculates movement. That means that moving diagonally on the world map is actually 5% faster. We're doing this to go all the way to... Wait, Calm was back there. We're not going to Calm? So we're actually going to be doing Calm skip in this run. Even though this is 100% run, there are no requirements that we have to do right now in Calm, and there's nothing in the definition that says that we can't skip it right now. So we're going to be doing Calm skip and not have to worry about that flashback. One thing we do have to grab now, though, is the Chocomog materia. It can be gotten later, but right now it's easiest to get it because you don't have to like put chocobos in the pen or anything like that. And it'll actually be useful a little bit. Even the TAS uses it a couple of times, I think, or at least once, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, a little bit of manipulated movement in the world map. I'm not going to really get too much into world map encounter mechanics right now, but we're able to have much more control over when and what encounters we get in the world map compared to on fields. And we can use that in order to encounter and collect a chocobo that we can use for calm skip. Calm skip is interesting and kind of complicated to explain. I've got a whole video about it, and I probably won't do a full explanation of it here or anything. But something kind of interesting is that we're going to go over to and dismount the chocobo in this cutscene right here in order to clear the cutscene. This is normally done on runs that enter the Mithril Mines right now. And there also is a method to do calm skip without getting into this cutscene if you don't need to enter the Mithril Mines. But the TAS is actually not going to enter the Mithril Mines. It's just going to get right back on the chocobo and start doing calm skip. So we do some things, and now Cloud is floating. Now Cloud's floating again. I actually don't think the stored triangle display is working correctly for this one, but this is significantly less important in this task than it is in the 100% task. I'm just going to go out and say right now that I'm pretty sure this is the only time we use any exploit like this. So that's not really important for this task. But yeah, Calm Skip is used mostly in 90% runs, or 90% like runs, but it's used in order to bypass the entirety of Calm, as otherwise you would need to go through it in order to allow the party to travel through Mithril Mines. We can just go around Mithril Mines and through the mountain instead. There are a few things that we have to do that we would have done if we had gone to Calm, but those can all be done later.
You did say that we weren't going to enter Mithril Mines at all. What are we going to do about the long-range materia then?
Oh man, we'll worry about that later.
That's a tomorrow question. Got it.
Problem for future us.
We'll leave that for Dash to answer.
So yeah, here's Bottomswell. Bottomswell, I believe, is the only fight that even the TAS does in active mode, because Bottomswell's animations that it does in addition to its attacks allow it to get more poison ticks in. And that just makes poison super powerful on this fight, especially later when we're going to be attacked by Bottomswell. It's just going to constantly tick down damage and assist all of our attacks that we do. So there's one more limit for Tifa. I think that's actually the first time Tifa's used a limit. That's going to be Barret and Tifa. I actually didn't notice Barret uses, but The limits here allow us to get additional hits in before Bottom's Well enters. Before Bottom's Well uses Bubble. And each of those hits also causes an additional poison tick, so that's just more power that can be done. And so limits are especially powerful to be used on this fight.
It's very interesting to see some like active combat in this fight. It's normally like bio and chill.
And there we see, I'm pretty sure that crit on Cloud was deliberate and manipulated. Or, I'm not sure about manipulated, but definitely deliberate. I mean, yeah. Or definitely good to give him a limit before the next fight.
So this is a question. I'm seeing the pauses. Does system RNG still move during pausing?
So, I actually am not entirely certain what's going on with that. I know that the purpose of that is to move battle RNG in preparation, specifically in order to make it so the level up screen that happens afterwards, which also uses battle RNG to determine the exact stat increases of each character, in order to affect that and to get better results from that. But I've actually looked into it, and from what I can tell, pausing doesn't actually affect battle RNG, or at least keeping the game paused doesn't have battle RNG rolling in the background. But it still does seem to work and affect battle RNG in some way that I don't actually understand. Anyway, the task there, I believe, did an 11 breath, and we'll be doing 10 breaths for the rest for 3 times in a row. You need to do a total of 41 breaths in order to pass through this minigame, so an 11 plus 3 10s is sufficient.
I was afraid for a moment you were going to say a different number, but one that we've been dreading all for the last hour.
The fear is deep in our bones. It's part of our DNA now.
Yeah, an 11 breath actually. So normally you can do up to 10 breaths, and you need to have 41 done. But an 11 breath is possible with a frame perfect press of the square button.
I will say, it is indeed the July 4th, and I want to say thanks to the audience for joining us for this and choosing to spend some of your holiday with us, as well as my co-commentator Bob, who will be for about another hour, and TAS author lilgecko for allowing us to show this, and almost as important, Ace Zephyr and Blink giving us your time on this long weekend to entertain our audience and explain all the cool nitnoids about this. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to pass off here.
Yeah. So as I've done before, we're coming up on the top of the hour. This is part of our random encounters programming that we do here on the RPG Limit Break stream channel. We try to do them as often as we can. It's just a little bit of programming that we can do between the marathons. We try to showcase all kinds of different types of run. Like this weekend, we've got a monster Final Fantasy VII TAS for you. And it's just our way of having a bit of fun between marathons. So we're really glad you joined us. Shout out to anyone who's watching us on YouTube. Anyone who's catching the VODs later, thank you very much. And yeah, we hope you're enjoying it. And speaking of, it has been about 2 hours since we explained what 100% is in this game. Could we possibly go over it once again?
Sure, we've got a little bit of time here, I think.
Yeah.
I'll just go directly from the reference sheet this time that lists the FF7 100% rules. So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Yuffie and Vincent need to be recruited as playable characters. We'll do that later. Every boss must be completed out of a list of 37 that we have. Or specifically, all boss fights must be completed and won. Because like you have instances where you have multiple bosses in a fight, but you only have to defeat one of them to finish the fight. So this is with like some of the Turks fights, and those would count if you only defeated one of them, for example. But that's a bit of a technicality. You have to get all limit breaks. The rules only say all level 4 limit breaks and case level 2 limit break, but that requires all limit breaks, and we're going to track all limit breaks here. There are 9 total side quests that we define that must be completed. Those are to breed a gold chocobo, to complete the side quest with the Calm Traveler, to give him the guidebook, the Earth Harp, and the Desert Rose, to complete the side quest with the Turtle's Paradise, read all 6 posters, and talk to the guy in Wutai. We've read 2 of those posters so far. To defeat Raps and reobtain your stolen materia in Wutai, to defeat Godo in the Pagoda, also in Wutai, to talk to Lucrezia behind the behind the waterfall. I messed reading that. To win one battle in the battle square, to win one special battle in the battle square specifically, to purchase the villa in Costa del Sol, and to obtain all 4 huge materia, although they do not need to all be put into Bugenhagen's observatory. Simply obtaining them is sufficient. We need to collect all items, with a couple of exceptions like the Desert Rose and the Limit Breaks. And the Limit Break manuals, like the Desert Rose, the Earth Harp, and the Limit Break manuals are not required to be collected because those are for other 100% objectives. We need to collect all weapons, all armors, and all accessories. We need to obtain at least 1 of each materia, though they do not need to be mastered. We need to obtain all 4 enemy skill materias and learn all enemy skills on those materias. And it's worth noting that all these items and materia must be present in your inventory when the run is completed, so simply having acquired them at one point is not sufficient.
Thank you for that. My enduring memory of the Junon canon is, did you guys ever see the advertisement that ran in magazines when this first came out, where it was just a picture of the Junon cannon and it said, get the guys who make cartridge games a cigarette and a blindfold?
All right, so this, it's right here. This is a it's a confusing minigame, but in order to actually win this minigame when playing the game, you can actually just basically, at least for the speedrun strategy, you basically just want to get in the back line, which can be done by holding run and down until the back line catches up with you, walk along with it, and then basically close the boxes as they appear. That is not really explained very well in the tutorial for the game at all. Getting 51% or higher will result in 5,000 gil. Usually in RTA runs, we're also okay enough with the 41% reward, which is 6 ethers, which can be sold for 45 gil, so almost as much. And there are actually some categories that deliberately want the 6 ethers to use instead of to sell. For example, the old any percent slots route.
Shout outs to my wife who just brought me ice cold water. Everyone out there, hydrate. It's warm out there, especially on the east coast of America. Look after yourselves.
So we're going to stop in here and do a little bit of shopping. We're going to have a good number of portions. Yeah, we're going to have a good number of times in the run where we purchase one of several different items that will complete the requirements for those items for 100%. Down here is the second enemy skill materia. We've got two E-skill materia, but no actual E-skills learned on any of them so far.
I've seen so many TASs, but the speed at which they menu still blows my mind.
Yeah.
Ludicrous.
Yeah, menus in this game can be very fast if you are good at it or a TAS. Because most of the game...
does the TAS make use of the setting to retain the
cursor position?
Cursor?
Yes.
It does, won't it?
So
I'm going to step away for a moment to make some lunch, guys, but I should be back shortly.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna wait. So the minigame, we're gonna wait just a little bit before starting the minigame on this ready text box here. That's to control which of the game patterns we get. It turns out there are a total of 4,096 possible games that can progress here, and there is one of them that is best, or there are some of them that are good at least. I don't actually know which one this is. I think it was actually a Stone 65 one, if I think about it, if I remember right. Which isn't one of the best, but it's probably a combination of getting a good game here, as well as possibly some getting some other good events to happen. Actually, no, I think I know what the RNG needs to be manipulated for now that I remember about it. I'll talk about that later. But that basically determines how long this game can be. If you get at least 100 points, you will win the Force Stealer that we want. And it's not really possible to speed up or slow down the minigame otherwise.
Red hiding in the background there really effectively.
Yep. It's cheering you on. Anyway, there's our Force Stealer, which I believe we're going to equip on Cloud soon. And so we head onto the boat. We just have to talk to Disguise, Tifa, Red, and Barrett, and Aerith later.
Red teetering around like that always gets to me.
So after talking to Aerith, we can go back up and get to where Barrett is and talk to him. Now things happen. So if you remember apps from earlier, I'm pretty sure that we're going to force another preemptive on the Genova boss fight right now. Throwing a Hyper onto Cloud will be nice to get him more limit breaks. Those are really nice for this fight, and we're going to be running around until we hit the step ID for the preemptive on Genova.
Sephiroth has activated no clip.
So this is Genova Birth. In most runs, this is a fight where we use and get a lot of limit breaks for Braver, because we want to have cross slash for some later parts of the run. And that's a crit Braver doing more than a quarter of Genova's whole health bar. Genova has a cycle of attacks. He uses Stop, and then I think he goes to one of its lasers. Though it's random where exactly Genova starts in the cycle. I think it might have skipped gas and then is using its laser. It's been a while. It's been long enough that I've actually kind of forgotten the Genova Birth cycle, to be honest. That was a very fast fight.
Well done. Saying that like it's not a TAS.
Yeah. I mean, still, that fight was done very quickly, just in comparison to an RTA fight.
To be fair, it is well done. We just can't say that directly to lilgecko. Yeah, so lilgecko did respond a little while ago. I mentioned it earlier that they were planning a 4th TAS for 100% with some more glitches and other more interesting methods. They did enlighten me a bit and say they expect it to be slower, but much different and a lot more interesting in terms of 100% run. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out when it does.
Yeah, I agree. Like a lot of the more recent glitches found in the past couple of years, like disc 1 skip and the things like that techniques like that might allow for, haven't really shown themselves to be too useful in 100%, except for column skip, which was being used for a while before then. just because of all the things that you would skip still being required to be collected or done, or prevented you from being able to collect or do things, or making it significantly harder to do so. So it'd be really interesting to see how a significantly more glitched run would end up collecting 100%, even if it ends up not being as fast.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see the way that the game is kind of broken in multiple different ways, like the PC with the debug percent.
Oh yeah,
very easy to access at this point. Remember when it used to be like a mystery how it actually worked?
Mm-hmm.
I've just realized how bad the thickness on the A on helipad is in the back there, and how it completely stands out from the rest of the word.
Oh God! Oh no!
Bob ruining
And now
the game
you
for
can
us.
never unsee it.
Yeah, Bob
It's
ruining
almost
the game
as-
for us one word at a time.
It's almost as bad as reading Hellpad.
That just reminds me of like whenever we're doing layout shenanigans and we're like, can we change the I? It looks like an L.
Alright, little detour over to the shop. The 4 slots was one of the items that we could have collected from the coupon exchange, but did not because we didn't do that. But we can buy it from here. Yep, we sell a couple items and get a 4 slots and 2 Molotovs.
So a lot of this is skipped in any percent, and I mean, obviously now that we have the major skip of Ocean Fly, but is there any advantage that 100% yields from getting these optional items, or do they just kind of go in the bag and forget they exist?
So 4 slots becomes missable later, so we have to obtain it before a certain point, I think before getting the High Wind, and now is one of the best times that we can do so. And actually, I think the 4 slots is equipped, or at least it's equipped in RTA.
I see. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering. Do we actually use any of this, or are we just having a hoarder's paradise?
I mean, it's kind of what the whole run is.
Yeah, figured.
Yeah, 4 slots being missable was one of the reasons why Coupon Game was done originally, I think.
Definitely weren't bad prizes, that's for sure. I remember always getting, I think, what it's added effect or elemental, and my dyslexia kind of flip-flopped what it was. Tried to use it the wrong way. Feels some kind of way to still see 100% being like, yeah, nah, I don't need that. Just leaving half the items.
Yeah, I'm personally surprised that you don't have to buy the Costa del Sol place for 100%.
No, we do. We do have to buy the villa.
Oh,
we
we
just
do?
can't do so.
Okay.
Yeah, we just can't do so and don't do so yet. And also,
Okay.
yeah, and also to explain what the stutter stepping that was going on for a good amount of that was, just for anybody who wasn't here at the beginning, the graph on the right shows effectively the encounter table, also Chocomog usage. And not just a Chocomog usage, but I believe, if I remember right, this is a fat Chocomog.
Hey!
This is a
That
1 in
good
16
boy.
chance to happen every time that you use Chocomog, so... And it is fast. I do believe it is faster than the standard animation, which is why it was manipulated here. But the reason that the TAS does stutter stepping, well, it's not doing it now, but... Okay, let's do the encounter just skip. Okay, I think we want a couple encounters in order to advance formations. It's something I actually really haven't talked about, is that the exact... Which encounters you get into are determined by another index that increases every time you either get into an encounter or skip an encounter. So sometimes you might want to skip an encounter in order to increase that index, so the next encounter you get is a different one. And if you see the three encounters, the three lines of text underneath the graph once it appears, once we're out of the battle, those show the next three predicted encounter formations, though they will change based on what screen we're on. Anyway, this is a bomb. This field is this field is actually one of 5 that are glitched in the game to have their encounter table be wrong, which is the reason why it's only bombs.
Now that I've been playing too much Resident Evil, whenever we steal the right arm, it just kind of like makes me think of the Leon line. Your arm comes off? I guess it's your hand, but same gist.
Yep, so we got 2 of them.
2 right arms. Sounds hard to figure out in day-to-day life, but I'm sure we'll get through it.
It's like having 2 left feet.
Maybe we can give one of them to Barrett.
We didn't... Would you prefer a right arm or a handgun attached to your stub? I'll next time I see John Eric Bentley, I'll ask him.
Yeah, so I was gonna mention, but it didn't really come up after I brought it up, that we do stutter stepping to basically make it so that we travel on, that we increase danger as if we're walking while getting most of the distance of running, and that lets us get into fewer encounters. I can probably do a better explanation or provide a visual once we actually get to a place which is hostile, which that'll be after, in the Corral prison.
Gotta say, after playing the remakes, I know they're not for everybody, but they made this scene hit a lot different, because as a kid I was just like, yep, come on, more gameplay, less talking.
The Wood 82, considering that this whole thing was rendered into a video that's being replayed now, I don't expect there to be any problems, but in general, it is the case that everything is deterministic, and anything that would be RNG is itself determined by the gameplay that is performed in the run.
Yeah, the specific question was, is there any RNG issues you can run into with the TAS, or is everything deterministic on inputs? I think the bit is kind of confusing it with TAS bot per se, like actively creating the TAS, which we showed a few years ago, I think with Final Fantasy X, versus this is just basically predetermined inputs to make the game kind of spit out the results we want by skipping undesirable results. Yeah, no, that's TAS is kind of a bit misunderstood, especially, I mean, even people are like, what's speedrun, what's any percent, what's 100%? It's a fair question to ask.
Yeah, in this case and in most cases, it involves creating an input file that contains the inputs that are to be performed on the game or in an emulator of the game, basically, and then running that through the emulator to have it perform those inputs and achieve some goal. PSX games especially are probably very, like, I do not see a world in which they're console verified without using like ODEs or something like that, optical disc emulators. Just because actually reading from disk and having that variability is what would probably be way too inconsistent for any kind of TAS playback. Any kind of TAS playback based on an input file, not something that's generated based on input data.
Yeah, the other thing too is like TAS kind of has a branching term where it's a tool-assisted speedrun, but also tool-assisted super play. So like for fighting games, you'll see them kind of do play arounds rather than try to beat it as quick as possible, like make it as flashy as possible instead. Those are always fun if you enjoy any fighting games. Marvel vs. Capcom, have some Marvel time or something like that.
This music is ingrained into my dreams.
Yeah, I'm actively nodding my head over here. Sorry, I'll stop ruining the music.
Okay, so this here actually is a little bit slower, but is required for a little thing that we're going to do, as in running over and then having Aerith join the party by running over. Because we're actually going to be doing a little thing here once we get Kate Sif. It is also interesting that the TAS is electing to name the characters single letters that are not necessarily the first letter of the character's name, because otherwise you'd have 3 C's for Cloud, Kate, Sif, and Sid later on. But that might be construed as wasting time, but it doesn't necessarily lose time, actually, depending on how the next battle will go.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Dash Retro has a video on naming them. Some of them you technically don't even have to do single character. Some of them you can just do.
Yeah, so up here is Wonder Square. There is a little crane game here. Let's just say that TAS is quite lucky at Wonder Catcher. That is a 1 in 256 chance to be able to win 100 GP from that. And manipulation has been done this entire time to ensure that that has been selected. Pretty much all the way from doing the elevator all the way until like the elevator that we got, like how we ended the elevator controls, how that is doable, and also the fact that we went to get 4 slots now in Costa del Sol as opposed to later. That is done in order to... So every 100% run has to win the Umbrella, which is a missable item that can only be won while Aerith is still in the game from Speed Square. It requires getting 5,000 or more points here, although this task will actually be winning I think, all the different items from Speed Square right now. I actually don't know if it can win the player yet, or if that's just always the umbrella. I'll see, I guess. To be honest, this is probably something that I should know, but I don't.
I don't know. Isn't that what Blink's here for? Blink, where are you? Come on. Do your job.
So we're here on Speed Square, and we're gonna see, we're just gonna see a bunch of clears through Speed Square. You have to go through it at least 4 times, and depending on your points range, the prize is either determined or random, and we have to win a couple of the random prizes. There isn't a way to speed up or slow down this game, so the only thing you have to do is just shoot enough targets. Which is not easy, especially if you're going for 5,000 points, but it's doable. In addition, on other versions of the game, but not this version, there exists an exploit that can be done with one of the later targets that lets you gain a lot of points, I'll just say. Depending on how you do it, anywhere from 5,000 to 30,000 points. So that pretty much trivializes it. But that does not work on this version of the game. Yeah, I suppose we have some time. Saleh, who is asking what is TAS? A TAS, a tool-assisted speedrun, is, in this case, it is a replay of a set of inputs that are fed into a game or a game emulator in order to achieve a certain goal. So lilgecko, who is not here with us right now, who's not here in the call right now, I meant to say, created a set of inputs that would be fed into the BizHawk emulator that are meant to complete the game as quickly as possible while getting 100%. And this is a playback of those inputs, or a video of a playback of those inputs, as being performed with some additional displays that I added. So this one ends with exactly 3,000 points. 3,000 is the minimum required to win either the Super Sweeper or the Masamune Blade, which are only able to be won from here, and it is random which one of those you get. It's also possible to win the 135th Soldier, which is also required, but can be obtained from other places, so would not be worth getting it here, so getting it here would be a waste. Luckily, this is a TAS, which already knows it's going to receive the Masamune Blade in this particular case. It also has to win the Super Sweeper, and right now it has to win the Umbrella, which is limited to only when Aerith is present in the party. The Umbrella is an Aerith weapon that's actually really useful in certain circumstances. Maybe not this run, though.
You know about how many of the Speed Square runs we need to do, or is it completely random with the random drops, or have we manipulated those in some way?
So RTA, we manipulate the RNG in order to not have to do extra Speed Square games. At least with the best routes, we do that. And there are 4 items that need to be won, so we need to do at least 4 of these games, though I don't know whether we can do all of them right now.
Yeah, that's the right guy for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in.
Beat me to it.
Welcome into the stream, everyone, from Right Guy's stream. We are currently watching a tool-assisted speedrun of a completion of Final Fantasy VII 100%. Currently, we're doing the Speed Square game, winning, I believe in this is actually going to be the Super Sweeper that we're going to be winning this time. This is a tool-assisted speedrun constructed by lilgecko, who is currently not on the call with us. I am Ace Zephyr. iBlink is also on the call, though I'm not sure if he's here right now.
Yeah, Blink is even more MIA than me. I think we're going to have a chat.
Blink said he was going off to get some lunch, so...
Fair.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, I'd be lying if I said, look, guys, this is 12 hours, 6 hours a day. I do not expect you to be here 24/7.
No, this is going to be this is about a 12-hour run. So we're going to be here for 6 hours today and 6 hours tomorrow. That's the plan, at least.
Yep.
So you can see lilgecko here teasing us with the 4999 point run. This is the maximum possible score that you could get to win the 3,000 point range prizes.
Yeah, I remember this being pretty miserable casually, but that's because I have the high hand-eye coordination, or I guess hand-thumb coordination of a little gecko.
Super Sweeper.
Is this the only minigame in here that actually has something that we can only get from here?
No, there are a couple of mini games that we're going to need to do that require... There are a couple of mini games that we're going to need to do. Just a couple of different things throughout the Gold Saucer. But most of that's going to be much later in the run. It's just that we have...
Battle Square, at
Battle
least.
Square, yeah.
Yeah, Battle Square, Chocobo Racing, there's... I'm not going to go over all of the things right now, but there's Battle Square, there's Chocobo Racing.
Love how my brain just completely emptied out despite knowing that.
My enduring memory of the Gold Saucer as a kid was running in and out of the entrance, trying to see if that one dude that sold the GP was there.
Oh, yeah, cash to GP. I'm not earning GP. This is lame.
It's like, I'm not going to go do all these games. I'm just going to buy it.
There used to be a manipulation used to cause that guy to appear over and over again in runs, though I think that modern runs, at least RTA runs, will try and manipulate the Chocobo race to get as much GP as possible from that, and they would prefer to do that instead, I think.
Makes sense, yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's its own can of worms, though.
Yeah, because it... I mean, not to get into it too soon, but I remember the Chocobo racing being pretty volatile because it depends on second and third place and whatnot.
Yeah.
I guess that's a big frustration about 100% in RTA. There is just a lot of points where you just have limited to zero control of the entire thing.
Yeah, so it's generally hard to compare this run to an RTA run of 100%. They run their different routes. This is, of course, able to do things more optimally, significantly more optimally than a 100% RTA run would be, especially with things like battle RNG manipulation and getting perfect luck on steals and drops and stuff like that. But this run is also slower in the sense that it runs on an emulator that uses PlayStation load times as opposed to most console runs that are done on PS2 versions of the game.
That's a TAS Videos thing, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and also I don't think we have good emulators for running this with PS2 loads. Or that would be able to run TAS playback specifically. Like, we have emulators that are, like, most emulators that are used do have faster loads than the original PlayStation, specifically like the original PSX system, not PS2 mode. BizHawk doesn't. BizHawk deliberately tries to replicate PSX loads, I think, and the TAS, and it's the emulator that's used for TAS playbacks.
Yeah,
And I don't think that PSX really has another good option.
that's something I've always kind of disagreed with. Like, in terms of RTA runs, yeah, it makes sense for it to emulate loads as colloquially as possible, but for like a TAS, it's like, okay, well, we're just sitting here for an extra X amount of time when all TASs can use that same exact load time as equal comparison. Where, like, it's needed RTAs so that emulator and console are equivalent, or at least, like, within the same ballpark rather than maybe
Anyway, I
not.
believe that was a playthrough of Speed Square getting the maximum possible score that is known, which is 8,185 points.
Ooh. Yeah, I didn't even know you could go that high. Nice.
And that gets us the umbrella. And we're actually going to be returning to Speed Square one more time much later in the run to get the flare. I just don't think we can obtain it right now because we have to be in a post-high wind state in order to be able to obtain it, I think.
Wow, look at this guy. 136 months of subscription. Couldn't be a staff member, not even. Hey, Wells, thanks for dropping by. Good to see you.
Hey, Wells, how you doing? Glad to hear it, friend.
As a mega aside, I always kind of, every once in a while when I'm watching these cutscenes, I think, man, how different this would be if it actually ended up on the N64.
Yeah.
Stop and swap, cart 4, please.
And you're still in
Disc 1.
Midgard.
I could only imagine the production cost for the amount of carts they'd need to equivalent to the 3 discs that exist.
I mean, there was never a game on N64 that came on multiple carts, so the idea of switching cartridges might not even really been technically feasible.
At this release time, no. I think the most they had was like the Banjo and Kooie stop and swap, where you could.
Even still, that was not
Yeah.
really that didn't really work
yeah.
on later N64 revisions. That was not an intended feature of that the console was supposed to be able to support.
Fair. The more technically wise among us telling me how wrong I am. That's not unusual.
Like, I can think of ways that might be doable, but N64 games as they run are much more heavily intertwined to the cartridge they're running on than PlayStation games to the disc that they're running on.
Yeah, now that we kind of get into that can of worms, I remember there's something against like swapping the discs out while you're in the overworld because it allows you to do weird things like ocean fly.
Yeah. There are things that you can do specifically with swapping out to a game called Saga Frontiers. I'm not sure exactly why, as I don't really know the technical details of exactly why, but doing so will have the world map kind of repeat the chunks that it already has loaded into memory in other places that let you cross over areas of the overworld that you're not really supposed to go to.
Yet again, this
And-
game is broken in a dozen different ways.
And that is, of course, has pretty much never been allowed in normal speedruns, but it was done to do something like the Ocean Fly that we have now in runs much earlier than, like back in, like, I actually don't know when, but there was like a 5-hour, 30-minute run done before even guard skip was found, using that method.
Yeah, this game has got a storied history. It just like finds there's a new thing like every couple of years, max. You're like, when does it stop?
So normally during RTA runs, we'd actually collect the laser and Matra magic enemy skills now to be used later, but TAS doesn't actually need those.
We've so far made no advancement on the enemy skill stuff, right?
Nope, and it's also worth noting that we can't get the third and fourth enemy skill materia for quite a while, so any enemy skills that we collect earlier than collecting the 4 enemy skill materia, are going to have to be reobtained on those later enemy skill materia. We will be getting some skills like that, but not many. Just the ones that will be advantageous to us to actually reach that point in the run. Because, yeah, it says out of 96 right there, but that's just because all 4 enemy skill materia are required to have all 24 enemy skills learned on them. So that's 24 times 4 is 96.
I'm just so used to seeing the speed runs go back to try and get, is it Trine off of the Solemn, the Midgar Solemn?
That's beta.
Beta. I get those two mixed up all the time.
Yeah, we might be seeing that in this run. Alright, here's Dine. He's a boss.
What a
Dying
glowing
is-
endorsement.
Yep, Dine is alive, and now he's not.
Rude.
Yeah, that was a right arm that we stole from those bomb enemies on the bridge earlier. We got 2 of them. I actually think the other one might also be used because it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to get another one later. Yeah, you know, when a right arm and a left arm meet, they annihilate. Something like that.
right arm and anti-right arm or something like that.
It's getting a little bit too physicsy in here for me.
Yeah, there is something about killing the one-armed boss by throwing an arm at him that is just peak. Is that even irony? I don't know.
Feels like it. Yeah.
Feels more ironic than anything in the Alanis Morissette song, that's for sure.
Two one-armed guys walk into a room with a third arm. That's it. The joke's over.
Bartender asks, "What do you want to drink?" Now, I'm sure you guys are going to have some stuff to say about the Chocobo racing coming up. Am I right?
Not much, to be honest. This one is pretty inconsequential, just as long as you win.
Yeah.
Well,
then
it's the later. It's the late. I'll talk about it a little bit just to as an introduction for what's going to happen later, much later in the run. That is.
Yeah. So before we get into the run, I'm just going to say it's getting to about 3:00. That's my time to sign off for today. It's been great to be here for the first half of this run. I'm going to try and stop in tomorrow for a couple of hours if I can. Chat, thank you for being here on the 4th of July. Shout out to everyone that's watching. In the words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and all those beyond that spectrum, please be excellent to each other. Party on, my friends.
See you next time.
Yep. Thanks for dropping by, Bob. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Thank you for coming along. So Chocobo racing, you can use square to speed up, you can use circle to boost, you can use R1 and R2 to restore your stamina, so we're just going to be holding out the whole time, I think. The important thing here is, of course, you have to win in order to be able to progress past this section, but in order to actually exit out of the game, the second place Chocobo also has to cross the finish line. So the goal is to push that Chocobo forward as much as possible to make it so that they take the least amount of time to finish the race. So I don't think it's going to be too difficult to guess who that's going to be. All right, we got a buggy now. So tranquilizers on everyone makes them take 30% less damage, as well as gain their limit breaks slower, which is fine for right now. We don't really need limit breaks right now. Here's a striking staff, and Harpy will use Aqualung on us. Aqualung is the first enemy skill that we're going to be learning in the run, as it's very useful. It's a pretty powerful all targeting attack, and so it'll be quite useful to have in the run. And another beat rush.
The only hard part is surviving it.
Yeah. So if you have been counting, you might know how many battles we have done so far in the run. And that's kind of relevant here.
I was gonna say, now that I think about it, we just dipped past Mithril Mines when we were doing the calm skip, or the Mithril Mine guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't have gone over to him. Even if we were able to glitch to where he is, we wouldn't have been able to get out after we've gone to the cave.
Ah, gotcha. Makes sense when you put it like that. Kind of forget all the like side quest stuff, because once you're like, oh, we're gonna lose Aerith, what's the point?
Yeah, we would have, if it were possible, we probably would have been able. We might have. I'm assuming we would have been able. We would have been able to go to it earlier if it were possible to actually get there and get back. But the real problem is that there's a river in the way.
I guess we'll have to see if anything cool shakes out in that 4th TAS.
I don't think so, unfortunately. Unless you get chocobos early or something. Or like,
I know.
I don't know.
Hasn't that always been the standard of Final Fantasy VII? Yeah, I don't see that happening unless.
Yeah.
And then somebody.
I don't see it being possible to do this one thing unless it becomes possible to do this one thing.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII is kind of the hallmark for that.
At least amongst Final Fantasy games, I guess.
Yeah. It's like, man, wouldn't it be nice if we could skip Cosmo Canyon? Huh.
Oh, wait.
We can skip it. I love the lore behind that skip, too, that somebody found it, like, way, way long ago, but held on to it because he knew it would make the run toxic.
Yeah, so up here is the Mithril Cave. The cave where you get the Mithril, not to be confused with the Mithril Mines. I don't actually know what this place is called. But yeah, we have completed 33 battles in the run. That Harpy was our 33rd battle. And as such, this guy will give us a Mithril. That'll be important later. Also, that's literally the only thing we came to this continent for. We have to go back now. That's the only thing we came here for, and we have to do it now.
Yeah, it's such a miserable trek.
Yeah, or rather, there's no other point where we would be going to the East Continent where we could do that before we need the item.
I mean, the other killer too is casually. Like, a lot of people don't know they can just take the boat back.
Yeah, a lot of other people don't know they can just take the dolphin up here.
I don't think it ever occurred to me to come in here. Or maybe it was just my loathing of the jump that I'm like, I don't want to do that twice. That is definitely a lot faster than navigating Junon Harbor. Nice.
Yeah, it's also not possible to go there with the tiny Bronco or anything like that. You have to use the buggy, and there's no other way to do so before you need the item.
Makes sense. I'm glad we can wait for the ship to parallel park.
Beep, beep, beep,
that unfortunately that was a late joke. There's a story that Bob tells every couple of events where they were trying to drive back to the event, and they got stuck behind a train, and it just kept going like back and forth, and it became, "Are you parallel parking the train? What is happening?" Maybe we can get Bob to tell that story tomorrow, so it adds a bit better context because he tells it a lot better than I do. I do appreciate in Rebirth where parking the ship is just a matter of mashing the button and letting the computer do the rest. Oh, that's right. We get to stop here for Titan. Yay!
Yep.
I guess working on old games is like this kind of dynamic of labor of love versus like, why is it broke? Please stop being broke.
We also have to fight the Turks, which do count as a boss. These guys are optional because it's entirely optional to visit Gongaga at this point. But it's 100%, and we need to beat these guys. And also, if you get past the date sequence, these guys don't appear here anymore.
I think that's the only thing that changes here, right? Titan's still here later.
Yeah, Titan's still here later, and runs usually get Titan later. In fact, I don't even know if Titan's going to be gotten here right now, actually.
Oh, so sad. I guess it really doesn't matter. We're not going to really see summons anyway because they're way too cinematic.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I mean, do hold that thought, actually.
I mean, it's the same thing with the remakes. The summoning mechanic is just way too cinematic. If we could like skip the cutscenes, there might be an edge case, but
Yeah, that might be really nice.
maybe one day they'll stop giving us 999 damage and some like actual quality of life combat options.
Yeah, regardless of whether we release them or not, we do still need to grab all of the summons, and we're not grabbing it right now, though. We do come back to Gongaga later, and there are reasons why it... Actually, no, there's a... I think there might be a cutscene. No, there's a cutscene there, I think, that we don't want to watch at this point of the run. But later, it's not there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna like, oh, we're getting master materia right, and then I remember we can just beat a super boss for the master materia. We don't have to actually master everything.
Yeah, that's the reason why the original Japanese version of the run, on the OG Japanese version, I mean, is significantly slower, despite having fewer things to collect and do.
Versus the, what is it, not platinum, it's...
International?
International, that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, versus the North American or international or other releases of the game.
The good old Kingdom Hearts version. Japanese first, bonus stuff in English, and then it comes back again to the JP with the bonus content. And more.
Yep.
Least Square is predictable.
Anyway, welcome to Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah, I agree with that wayfaring. The work that lilgecko has done on these few TAS is great, and we very much appreciate allowing to be able to show it on our channel and commentate over such hard work.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Like, seriously, thank you. You are an incredible person, lilgecko. Anyway, that was Turtles Paradise poster number 5, so we have 3 out of 6 now.
I remember like getting one of them and then just being like, are the rest of these supposed to be in Midgar or something?
Anyway, that's Turtles Paradise poster number 4, so that's 4 out of 6 of them.
A little close together, but... It's like they're so spread apart that you like completely forget they exist, and then there's 2 of them within spitting distance of each other.
Yeah. one of the last two is in Wutai, the other one is not.
The Turtle Paradise gotten based on that they're missable, or the reward is actually contributes to the 100%?
So, let me think. One of the posters is missable. The one in Shinra Tower is missable, but you wouldn't be able to permanently lock yourself out of it until you get to disc 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the reward would be missable in that case. But I'm pretty sure that's the only poster that's missable. Like, the one in Sector 5 can be gotten just by getting the key to Sector 5, but the one in the Shinra Tower can't be gotten after you have
2 trips, and that's it.
After your second trip. Though we already got that one.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember if the reward for the posters was a unique materia or item or something.
It is not.
So the posters are gotten on the 100% definition rather than the prize. Got it.
Yes, the posters are required. The posters and the quests that they go for, specifically the side quest of talking to the guy and getting the rewards for the Turtles Paradise posters.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've managed to dodge both explanations of 100% because I've got stuff going on. So, trying to avoid the stupid questions, but
I mean,
that's kind of my job.
I can go over that again when we're in the Planet Tabertarium.
Yeah. No
So,
reason not to.
Yeah, the 100% run requires unlocking Vincent and Yuffie, of course, defeating all 37 bosses in the game, or at least all 37 fights that we classify as bosses, obtaining all limit breaks, completing the 9 side quests we define as follows. You must breed a gold chocobo at the Chocobo Ranch. You must give the guidebook, Earth Harp, and Desert Rose to the Calm Traveler to finish that guy's quest. You must obtain the items from the Turtles Paradise Barkeeper. You must defeat Raps and reobtain your stolen materia in Wutai. You must defeat Godo in the pagoda in Wutai as well. You need to talk to Lucrezia behind the waterfall and complete the quest with her. You need to win Special Battle in Battle Square. You need to purchase the villa in Costa del Sol, which we'll do later. And you need to obtain all 4 huge materia, though you don't need to bring them and put them in here.
Interesting. The definitions, for having to talk to Lucrezia and activate the cutscene, is that there because there's a way around getting, the 4th limit? Or
no,
just
but
strictly as a definition?
It's probably just there because we consider it to be a requirement regardless of whether or not it's also required for another rule.
I wasn't sure if there was some cheeky way to get the limits that I wasn't aware of, because this game has a lot of that.
Yeah, there is not, other than doing something with the PC version in the debug room or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense when you put it
If that even works, I don't actually know if that does. I don't even know if you can do it that way, to be honest. I assume you can, but I don't actually know that for sure.
Yeah, that debug room can do a lot of stuff, but it depends on which room, and since the route kind of hyper-focuses on a specific room, it's not really like a generally needed piece of knowledge.
Yeah. Anyway, all items, weapons, armor, and accessories must be collected, though there are a couple of exceptions to all items, specifically the limit manuals and the items for the Calm Traveler that can only be obtained once and are required to be used for another 100% requirement. As well as, so you need all items to be in the inventory when finishing the game. Key items are not a part of this definition because it's not possible to obtain all the key items, and it's hard to consider a subset of them that would be required, and most of them are mostly flags for story progression anyway. All materia must be collected, although they do not all have to be mastered, though the master materia themselves also need to be collected.
Merciful definition.
Yes, that would be quite the grind if all materia had to be mastered.
Yeah. Platinum percent for Remake and Rebirth have to deal with that, and it's miserable.
Yeah. And yeah, I believe that is the complete definition as is relevant here.
Someone in YouTube chat is asking, does it also include the possible Fort Condor fights and all variations?
No, it does not, and there are several that we have missed so far. We only have to complete the Fort Condor part of the huge materia quest. There is not a requirement to complete all 4 Condor fights. It's not even possible to complete all 4 Condor fights that are implemented into the game, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, really? I didn't realize there was one that just straight up you couldn't activate.
Yeah, I don't actually know too well, but I'm pretty sure Monetary Dragon is much more familiar with it than I am.
I mean, I tried to get Monetary Dragon in here, but I couldn't get him to sit down. I've tried.
Okay, what did I miss?
Hello, not too
Was-
much.
were there
If
any
you
more
mention
6-7
Monetary
jokes?
Dragon, you show up.
I can assure you I am not he.
Yeah, anyway, I did actually also forget that all 4 enemy skill materia and all their enemy skills must be obtained in addition to what I have said about the 100% definition.
Nice.
Thank you, Fox, for reminding me of that.
Did I miss any more 67 jokes?
Mercifully, no.
Okay.
We just Bob did sign off, and you may not have been around for the second one. I did, yeah. I think
We lost our British goldfish.
He threatened to come back tomorrow, so hopefully we'll get around to.
Well, don't threaten us with a good time.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I wanted to let him sign off and not undercut that experience.
So in the Cave of the Gee, we're going to have more step routing shenanigans, as well as a trick that's going to deal with all that. That comes later.
Gotta love the step routing shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
I really tried to get this fight into this, like, a step route, but it's so difficult. It feels like it's a rare encounter, but also kind of hard to really get in there without really messing up with step routes for the trick that's coming up.
Yeah. Alright, so Stinger Skip is a trick that can be done by essentially by activating a random encounter on the same frame that we hit the Stinger Web. I think it's quite useful to visualize it with the encounter graph, as can be seen here. So we're just literally wasting steps until we get to the next encounter threshold, and then we just run up to it.
What would be amazing if there was a way to, like, do it without wasting the steps. That would have been a really cool way that it could have been done.
Yeah, we just don't know of another way to do something like this. It's just the only way that we know of to cancel an encounter is with another encounter.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is there a way that you can build up the amount of danger and encounter thresholds that you have on the previous screen and work it into movement in here?
I mean, in theory, yes, and I don't know the exact reasons why the TAS did not choose to do that. I'm assuming lilgecko has his reasons. I just don't know what they are for choosing exactly the step route that he chose to use there.
Oh, smoke bomb drop, amazing.
Oh yes, there. So we got that. So we just learned death sentence from that Gee Spectre and got a smoke bomb drop, which is an item that's otherwise a little bit not tricky, but time consuming to obtain otherwise. Anyway, here's Ginatak. Anyway, that was Ginatak.
Bye, Ginatak. Phoenix down kill.
Yeah, so Phoenix down can kill, but only, I think, a third or a fourth of the time. Otherwise, it'll miss. So RTA runs will usually use an elixir or X potion. Otherwise,
Yeah, that is a good point. Micromanaging, trying to get as many kills into Aerith as possible to speed things up later.
yeah.
Yeah.
One of those tiny little things that, like, casually you don't notice.
Oh no, you've gotten rid of our goldfish.
I know, I'm not...
Flushed, as we would say.
I wouldn't say that. Let me fix the layouts.
Oh right, he went up to the farm upstate north. In a better place now.
Hold on, is he gonna do that? I gotta actually see this. Let's see here.
To Game Freak, I don't think so. I think that's probably been something a little more recent, but yeah, just a heads up that Phonics Downs do not kill undeads as early as Final Fantasy 1. Because Phonics Downs did not exist then. That sounds right, Choco. Probably, I think that's correct. I believe in 1 and 2, you just couldn't target items on... You didn't have items that you could use from your inventory.
Yeah. I think 1 and 2 still had the drink command or something like that.
Yeah. Hooked on Phonics Downs, there you go.
All right, everybody, who's ready for the best item steal in the run?
I'm ready.
So good, it has 2 half-hour-long videos about how annoying it is. Yay.
Come on, Sid, I know that you enjoy it. So this is something I'm curious about. Is this particular spot of the Cosmo area different terrain?
Yes, slightly different from the other areas that kind of look the same.
Yeah.
It has a different ground type, which has different encounters. Anyway, there's
Yeah.
a Vadra's Claw.
Very Final Fantasy. Peninsula
Also-
Power-esque.
Also, now that I've noticed, look at our boss count.
Oh my god, is it the number I'm thinking of?
Depends on.
Oh, nice. It's another funny number.
An actual funny number this time. I think we're leading into the 1337 elite. Took my tiny brain a second to remove the slash. I'm like, wait, what? I don't see how this is. Oh wait, nope, never mind. It is kind of funny. Not as good as 420, but good enough.
So we've just picked up the Power Soul. No, I don't. It's not used in this fight, or not significantly used in this fight at least. But it's going to be a weapon that's going to have quite significant usage for Tifa.
Yeah, she just kind of gets broken at this point and never really comes back from it.
Tifa Shreks at this point. It's all ogre for Materia Keeper.
At least the TAS doesn't have to deal with deep low nonsense.
That healing wind was used to use a healing wind, and for no other reason.
There's requirements for learning limits.
Yep. Trine is
getting
the
Trine.
opening. That's actually deliberate and what we want. Oh, by the way, it's dead.
He got 7-aided.
Yeah, and you can definitely see in the top. You could definitely see in the top right corner that its HP was quad 7s when that happened.
This is such an interesting use of the 7777 mechanic, honestly.
Choco, it will have significantly more and different uses later that I was mostly trying to refer to.
Yeah. And to be fair, there's no other glove you would use on Tifa, so it had to go on sooner or later.
Oh yeah, I'm watching the same thing on 2 screens right now.
Meanwhile, I have like the same thing in 3 different places on my screen, so it's more or less the same thing.
I'm just kind of also poking that Zeal is doing the same grind right now.
I didn't know Zeal was running right now.
Look, you stop promoting other channels. Get out of here with that bullshit.
He's trying to cut it. You could technically Paper Ghost. That is the more optimal way to do it. Is off of the Yuffie boss because you could put all 4 on it. If you have any that have learned it from Materia Keeper, basically, as if you have even one of those equipped with the others not learning Trine, like they haven't learned Trine yet, then it's impossible to learn Trine because you already have it in your enemy skill menu.
Yeah, there are a couple of reasons we got Trined there. One of them was to learn the E-skill, but it's present now on only 2 of our E-skill materia, so we will have to get it on the other 2 using the Godo fight.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't
In RTA routes, that's the more optimal way to do it, is if you have the opportunity to, you would want to have it on all 4 at Godo. Otherwise, you have to adjust menuing for it, which isn't necessarily a problem, but 9 hours into a run, your brain's a little more foggy.
Yeah, getting trined is a 1 in 5 on Materia Keeper's opening turn, so it's entirely random whether or not your E-skills have trine at that point. Because something we didn't go over yet is that if you have 2 E-skills equipped, or more than 1 E-skill equipped, and only some but not all of them have a particular E-skill learned on them, getting hit with that E-skill will not learn that E-skill onto the E-skills that don't have that E-skill on it yet. You have to have no E-skills equipped with that particular skill learned in order to be able to learn it on any other E-skill materia.
I get the feeling that was an issue for me casually at some point, and I just did not put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah,
Skill issue.
That's my life in a nutshell, a skill issue. It's rough out here.
That's why it's Breath of Fire. That's why Breath of Fire 2 is great, right? Because it's just an RNG fiesta. Can't blame skill issue.
Just blame it on the RNG for the encounters. I have no control over it, hands up.
Paper Ghost, there is a reason that we got trine. In addition, I believe to Wayfaring Fox saying that it was to also put Tifa into crit HP. I do believe that was also a reason. Anyway, here's Sid.
The new cover by DJ Sid. Blame it on the RNG.
So, complete a side question, but I know I've seen the cutscene removers being kind of like all the craze lately. Does Final Fantasy VII have one of those, or has that not been looked into yet?
That's a what?
Cutscene
A
remover.
CSR.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it does.
What's the runtime look without all the cutscenes?
I think a little under 5 hours.
That's not too bad. Interesting.
However, I don't know to what extent it removes cutscenes because most of the people who do it run no slots. So I don't know if like full 100% runs or all bosses removes everything.
I guess it'd be interesting to see how that affects. Does it affect the step route or not at all?
It would be designed to not affect the step route.
Figured. Gotta have the stupid person question in there every once in a while.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, early development did have that happen, but it's been fixed, I think. I'll be honest with you, Sid. I've never dabbled with it, so I don't know the full extent of how it works.
Yeah, for those of us with plenty of time, CSR is like a novel idea. Most of us with 0 time, CSR is hard required.
Breath of Fire 2 CSR.
One day. Just have to get enough money to pay Nitrodon to do it.
Or Miria.
That is not a bad idea.
She's been hopping into my channel every now and then.
Yeah, I've seen her during the ad runs. Unfortunately, since I'm on the East Coast, it's like dark o'clock for me. So I have to be like having a really long night to drop by. It's like, I'll
I didn't know you go to bed at like 9.
No, dude, it's like midnight over
You're
here
such
for
a
me. What are you
grandpa.
talking about?
You're such a grandpa, Sid. Going to bed the moment it gets dark.
Every time your stream goes live, one of my eyes is closed. That's how late it is.
Are you a pirate?
Arr.
See, there it is. Blame it on the
commentary
RNG.
with this just the two of us have just completely taken over.
I love it.
I mean, we are just like not launching a rocket currently. Failure to launch or some other. Hey, look, it's that guy I want to run over a truck. Nice.
Remember to put lard in your tea.
They made all the Shinra execs like extra hateable in the remake. I was kind of impressed.
That's
All
not
they
that
had
easy.
to do was they just showed Palmer on screen, and there wasn't even much more he needed from that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just the way he was designed just like made him already look hateable.
Yeah,
I think everyone else needed to put in some work.
aside from Hojo, like the first time he talked was like the last time you needed to hear him talk. It's just the same thing on repeat, honestly. Every time his dialogue comes up, you're like, yep, still want to kill him.
All right, here's Palmer. Now we get to kill him. So
brain.
here is the power of the Power Soul.
Did he turn skip every turn?
What do you think?
Oh my gosh.
You get nothing. Good days, sir.
And he's dead.
Yep, don't eat it yet. Air quotes.
So yeah, that was also our first real use of Death Blow, a materia that we picked up back in Gongaga that does critical hits if it lands. That does an attack that's a critical hit if it lands, but will miss a lot more often. It has a third of the accuracy of normal.
Yeah, I'd imagine that's pretty miserable watching your runs to die to Death Blow, just deciding it's off day.
Yeah, diamond weapon and no slots is that.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's probably the only downside of speedrunning, especially with older games like this. They're getting pushed closer and closer to like the reasonable logical limit to where you just get kneecapped in some spots and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh yeah, you can move Cloud here, by the way.
Huh. That's interesting. Effect achieved.
Mm-hmm.
Your chat's also pointing out that aborting the launch was pointless. Since
Yeah.
they actually lifted off, it would have cooked her anyway.
Don't worry about that.
I get the feeling that was more done for like cinematic effect, but it's like it's video game logic. Don't think about it.
Also, like, I'm thinking about the tiny Bronco right now. How the heck does that fly?
I'm more concerned how like the rudders on the back causes the plane to crash. Would just make it hard to steer.
I'm thinking about how the rudders even cause the plane to propel.
Yeah, I mean, it deserved the redesign because this is kind of like this is a video game vehicle if there ever was one. It's like designed it for the water movement, and then they're like, oh, well, it's supposed to be a plane.
How
And
does
you're
it
just
even
like-
move in water, even if it does have functional spinning propellers on the top? How does that cause it to move forward?
I know.
I mean, the front propeller would push it a little bit, but with its
I don't
weight,
see a front
no
propeller.
way.
Yeah, it's just the 2 top propellers.
3 men dice stacking the aerodynamics and hydrodynamics of a video game airplane. Yep, that's
3 men,
that's
1
about right.
plane.
He's gonna make me swear before we get done. I know it.
Anyway, welcome to the next, I don't know, 20 minutes of our lives? Let me actually see how long this section is.
I guess it's a good time for us to just evolve into lack of sanity.
Okay, welcome to the next 25 minutes of our lives.
So this is the improved grind that they use in RTA now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
only difference is that the manipulation makes them all preemptive, so they don't get a turn.
Meanwhile, the TAS doesn't have to do that. They can just act first because of the ATB.
They can just RNG manipulate the ATB so that Aerith gets the first turn.
I guess did we ever go over that? So the ATB at the start of battle is random.
Yeah, we never really did. So ATB at the start of battle is randomly determined for every character, but one of them will always be set to 7/8 full, and everything will be increased. Like everything. Okay. So how it works is everything.
Hey, take your
gets
time.
set-
We have plenty of time to explain it.
Yeah, all characters have their ATB set to a random amount between 0 and 1/2, and then everyone's ATB is increased such that the highest ATB is set to 7/8. So it's always a 1 in 9 chance that Aerith will be the one with the highest ATB, just because there's 9 characters, one of them will have the highest ATB. Though Aerith doesn't strictly need the highest ATB. If it's another party member, for example, that has highest, but Aerith's is also higher than anyone else's, then that's fine. As long as you can switch over to them quickly enough, it gets complicated. But also, the rate at which ATB grows or increases means that it's not necessarily required that Aerith also have the highest, as long as it's high enough. As long as she is fast enough. And you can also get preemptive encounters. So part of the reason why we're doing this on the world map is not only because the world map generates very good sequences of encounters like this, and just has very good encounter formations to be able to use for farming, but also just because of the ability to control what encounter formation you're getting, and how you have so much more freedom to do so on the world map compared to in a field. On fields, you're kind of limited to whatever the formulation logic will give you next, but on the world map, the encounter formation is determined with the same world map RNG that determines when you get the encounter. So you have a lot more freedom to be able to manipulate that at the cost of it being more difficult to do so.
I guess another thing we can discuss real quick too is the sadness and fury status effects. I'm not really sure if we went over that either.
Not really.
No. So sadness is caused by either enemy abilities or you can use tranquilizers on your party. The benefit is that you take 30% less damage from enemy attacks at the cost of your limit bar filling slower. And Fury, in the opposite case, also happens with enemy abilities, but also by using hypers on your party. It will increase your rate of gaining limit at the cost of having a 30% chance of missing with everything except limits and summons and items.
Anything that already does not, anything that does an accuracy check is going to have a reduced chance to hit.
Right.
Other
way, everything that does have an accuracy check.
Yeah, everything that does have an accuracy check will have a reduced chance to hit. I think that's what I meant to say. I don't know if that's what I actually said or not.
Yeah, you said everything that doesn't have an accuracy check.
Doesn't.
I don't know. Oh, whatever.
Can't.
Whatever.
Yeah, so basically what we're doing here is Aerith will not be with us for too much longer, and before that happens, we need to unlock her limit breaks and get her level 4 limit break. This is also useful to increase the levels of everyone. Speaking of limit breaks, we just got Breath of the Earth unlocked, which is at 80 kills for Aerith. And so we need to have Aerith kill a lot of enemies.
Do you not have to upgrade them to level 2 to start the kills?
Nope. The
No.
game just calculates the kills static for the character regardless of what their limit level is.
Oh, so
There's just like a variable that counts the kills that they get.
So
Yeah.
upgrading is only needed when you want to learn the level 2 of that tier. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
or when you want to actually use the limits, basically.
Which I think it's like the higher the limit, the harder it is to gain. Like you have to take more damage and whatnot.
Yeah, that's also true. Your limit bar will fill up slower for higher level limits.
I remember being a dude Meteor Rain and just never getting it because the amount of damage you have to take is ridiculous to get to level 3.
Yeah, level 4s are also there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the reason I pointed out the sadness and fury and had you guys explain this because I know for me for a long time, and I think a lot of other people too, that fury is misunderstood. And
Yeah.
a lot of people are under the impression that you take increased damage rather than having the accuracy penalty.
Yep, you do not take increased damage with Fury. You just don't take reduced damage like you would with Sadness, and it's oftentimes the case that because we generally run with relatively under-level characters, we want Sadness to take reduced damage in runs, but that's not always the case.
Yeah.
For example, on Genova Birth, we have Cloud in Fury status in pretty much all runs in order to use that fight to grind out uses of Braver to do a lot of damage and to unlock
Cross slash is really
Cross Slash.
good, yeah.
Speaking of grinding limit uses,
Ooh, we got a different encounter. Interesting.
yep, this is a Valron, which has an attack called Die. It does 1/4 of your health in damage.
Oh. I see
1/4 of your
what's gonna happen.
1/4 of your max health. That is. So Breath of the Earth. Actually, no, this is Healing Wind. We're doing Healing Wind first. Yeah, so Healing Wind. Healing Wind actually heals every party member for half of their max HP. I believe it was.
Yeah,
Which makes it-
50% of your max HP.
Yeah, which makes it quite convenient to pair along with the actual grind for it, because we use Healing Wind and then we get healed from Healing Wind over and over again.
Fulfilling your self-generating limit, I guess.
Yeah, 2 kicks does half of Aerith's HP, and Healing Wind heals half of Aerith's HP.
We're gonna have to come up with like a little game to play or something during the grind segment for tomorrow. It's gonna be infinitely longer.
We'll just talk about... Well,
We'll just talk. I mean,
yeah, we'll just talk.
this is the right group of people for that. Especially with Dash. I know Dash will find
Oh, yeah.
something to talk about.
You know what? We need to create a band name for ourselves. Call us the Yappers.
Something like that, yeah.
I spy with my little eye something blue and flapping.
Is it the
Is it a
background?
Balrog?
I hope it's the background.
I spy with my little eye something that begins with a 6 and ends with a 7.
Oh.
So I guess we bring Aerith because we want to grind her limits. We bring Cloud because we aren't allowed to take him out, and then Tifa because she hits harder than a truck.
She's just amazing.
Yeah.
We also
She's
want
just the best
experience on her,
character.
I think. If we're gonna have anybody have experience, then we're gonna want to put it on Tifa. Experience gets shared amongst all party members. Like so, All enemies give full experience to every alive party member at the end of a battle, and half experience to every party member in the PHS.
Oh, cool. I didn't know there was a trickle charge, or I guess party share, like Pokemon.
It's 50% to everybody else that's alive.
Yeah, I guess Pokemon party share.
That's currently recruited.
Nowadays, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
so like Vincent and I guess it's with us.
Yuffie.
But we haven't gotten Yuffie yet? No, that's fair.
Yep, haven't done that.
Yeah, so you would want them, or when you get them, like, basically for all characters you recruit in this game, there's a formula that calculates their initial level. So it'll be something like, I think for Vincent's the only one I have a memory of, that it's something like Vincent is Cloud's level -3.
So it's just
At the
better to
moment that
grab
you
them
name him.
later.
Yeah.
Versus fake Vincent, that's like level 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the Breath of the Earth grind. Breath of the Earth has the unfortunate effect of removing Fury and Sadness from everyone, including Aerith. So every time we need to reapply Fury and Sadness, or Fury to her rather. Turns out it's better to do that than to just kick her more times.
I think I remember switching over to Breath of the Earth and like never really getting much out of it because you're very rarely under status effects in this game. Like, well, this is useless. Back to level 1. Honestly, a full party heal for 50% is really nice. I can't remember. Does Aerith have adjusted numbers for like limit growth? Or
What do you
is
mean by that?
Is it like the same number of kills, same number of uses as everybody else, or is it a little
Pretty
bit
close. It's pretty close to most of the other party members. Cloud's is a lot higher than everyone else's, and like Kate Sith is very little, for example.
lower? Yeah, because he only has the 2 tiers.
Yeah,
But
but for in the general, with the exceptions of Keith Sith and Vincent, the number of kills and uses kind of depends on when you recruit them in the story.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. I wasn't sure if they like knocked off 20 or 40 kills or something since she's gone so early.
Yeah, it's different
No.
for everyone.
Since she's like around the earliest, like the 4th character, she has the 4th highest.
How ironic.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
I suspect that a lot of the numbers that they picked for these were under the assumption that they may not have killed her off in the story.
That would make more sense. And then it's, is it the head writer decided to kill them off due to their own personal issues. Because I remember there's like a very
Their own personal issues.
I was like trying to figure out how to word that. That was
I have
like,
a traumatic
ham-fisted.
childhood, and
Yeah.
so therefore I have to Game of Thrones my characters.
I played too much Breath of Fire 2 as a kid, so now I've got to take it out on the rest of the world. No, I think there's like a very convoluted story about that, where it's like, what was it, he lost his mother or something, so he wanted to have an impactful character death in the game. But I don't know how true that actually is, because it's might as well be secondhand water cooler talk to me, because I don't have like a video that specifically talks about
Water
it.
cooler talk.
I mean, an unverifiable rumor, I guess, is like the better way to put it, right? Where it's like, well, you can
Sure.
revive Aerith if you do this or that. What I mean is like a video or something that has like a reference to an interview in a magazine, Japanese magazine translation, whatever kind of stuff you'd find in like Boundary Break or actually let me look it up now. So there's another really good channel. I think it's The Last Elixir or something like that.
Yeah, they've been doing some good videos pretty recently.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really cool stuff about this game, the development.
Also, to be honest, if Aerith had significantly fewer requirements for her limits and such than everyone else, even if that were taken into consideration, even if her eventual fate were taken into consideration, I don't know why I keep trying to avoid the fact that she dies. Even if that was
She's
the
already
case,
died in two different games at this point.
Yeah, even if that was the case, I feel like that would be a spoiler
Yeah.
if you think about it, or at least hint at it.
I think it's also like one of those quality of life game balancing things that may not have been fairly obvious around this point in game development. Because I think a lot of the older game development was just kind of like done without replayability as much in mind, and nowadays it's a lot more of a consideration. But it's also just supposition on my part, 'cause it's hard
Yeah, I
to
don't
know
really know.
exactly what devs did. I just know they worked their ass off and made a really cool game. It does feel a little bit funny watching like the HP climb this high. I don't even know if any percent gets this much HP.
Oh yeah,
But
we
it
get
might be
that
by
much
the end.
HP in there. Not in any percent.
Yeah.
Oh, not. Yeah.
The new route does.
Yeah, okay.
For Hundo. I should clarify. For Hundo, the new route gets this high.
I mean, the amount of stuff you can get away with this at like the low levels.
Oh yeah, we're done by the way.
Yay! The side quest is over for now. Man, it's almost been 4 hours. This has moved on really quick. I'm gonna be honest. When I heard the length was around 12 hours, I was like, I'm not sure about this, but I think it has gone very well so far.
Two more hours.
Something like that, yeah. Something like that.
8 more hours.
At least it won't go too late to the point where everybody in my neighborhood will be firing off fireworks. I think they'll at least wait till 8 o'clock. I think that'll be the point where I'm like, alright, stream's over, guys. We're just literally going to hear fireworks for the next 45 minutes to an hour. And that's going to be awful. I guess I could just mute myself. But then I wouldn't be allowed to talk.
I feel like that'll happen with at least me as well.
Yeah, my neighborhood, it's a really small one. They love their fireworks, much to the chagrin of my dogs.
I have not been in my neighborhood since last July 4th, so I don't actually know, but I don't know.
I'm about to find out, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say, like, the Keystone thing here in the original was felt a little bit weird. I do like how they fleshed it out in the remakes, where it feels a little bit less just like, here's a MacGuffin item.
Oh yeah, here's a TS bomb, by the way.
Was just gonna be like, man, these fights are gonna be a lot faster with the levels we got. Turns around to run, and I'm like, I'm just not gonna say anything.
Yeah, keep in mind and remember for later that we can steal items from the Battle Square fights.
I don't think that ever even occurred to me to try. Neat.
Skill issue.
Brain issue, but Same thing, yeah. Just another trip to Arby's, isn't it, Blink?
If only there was an Arby's in FF7.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they only have KFC, Kentucky Fried Chocobo.
I mean, doing those races casually, that's kind of how I felt, yeah.
It's like, imagine with the races, it's like the loser is the one that's on the chopping block.
That would make me feel a lot better about getting screwed out of some of the prizes I wanted. Look, Tejeo, you better come in third, or you're gonna have to breed a new chocobo. You know, this not having Yuffie and Vincent here kind of reminds me of the Ultimania strategy guide. Came with like a poster that just straight up didn't. I think it was like Sid that wasn't on it or something. Let me see if I can find it. It took me forever to even realize. I was like, wait a minute, we're missing a character. Yep, I remembered it right. There's just no Sid in this poster. There's Yuffie, there's Vincent, no Sid.
And it's just taking place. It just takes place before you get to Rockin' Town.
I'll post a link in chat just so you guys don't think I'm gaslighting you. It took me years to notice that Vincent wasn't in it. Then I was like, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing somebody. Who are we missing?
Yeah, he's there. He's on the left.
I think you meant Sid, not Vincent.
That's Vincent and Sephiroth. Unless he changed.
Yeah,
his
you just
spear
said
out for a sword.
Vincent.
Me sure
Sid is
Sid with the
definitely
spear.
missing.
I am not here. B.
Yeah, you are not there. How could you forget yourself?
I know. Criminal behavior.
You forget yourself, young one.
As we come to the play of all time.
Mm-hmm. Where the fastest option is to ask for the princess's measurements.
I love how I just had to delay laugh to that because my brain had to take a couple of seconds to process what I just heard. I always did enjoy screwing around with this.
Thanks for the raid, Willity.
Yeah, we said it a couple hours ago, but since we've been here for about 4 hours, once again, thanks everybody for dropping by and choosing to spend your 4th of July with us. Whether it's a little bit or all of it, we are glad to have you here. And same thing that I said earlier, thank you Ace and Blink for your time. I very much
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you for
It
having
is
us
also
on.
It is also a trip seeing the same thing on 2 screens again.
He's syncing up.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, here we just don't look outside. Oh, see, we have fireworks too.
I guess today was the correct day to show this then. Love that it uses like the older style of fireworks, because like nowadays they have all these fancy ones that make images and nonsense. What happens when humans have too much time in their hands? Dirty rat stole from us. May be crushed by a building in reparation.
Oh yeah. Turns out you can just run to where the ending part of the chase is at Chocobo Square, and instead of having to go through any other areas.
Merciful. It usually takes like a good 5 minutes if you go through all the way they want you to go anyway. So I guess so far it's been borderline vanilla minus the extra trip to the Mithril Guy Cave and the little grind we did there, huh?
For the most part. And Calm Skip.
Vanilla with air quotes.
Turtles Paradise.
Paradisimo.
Yep, there's your one Turtles Paradise poster.
True. I remember the same thing, like going to Toys R Us as a kid. Yep, there you go. It's not hard to figure out how old I am. But seeing Final Fantasy VII on the PS1 and being like, oh, please, I want. Spamming like a Titan on Guard Scorpion. I'll have to look for a copy of that demo at some point and play it.
Yeah, it might be fun.
Yeah, especially when like old demos used to just like give you a bunch of stuff you'd never have access to. Nowadays it's like, here you go, here's the first 30 minutes of the game. Have fun. I always did appreciate like having this really weird cross section of equipment that you had in early demos. Yeah, if the demo does exist, it's just a chunk of the very early game, and that's about it.
Make a little pit stop over here. Earlier in the run, we got the Mithril, and here's why. There's Great Gospel. Now, it is required for a character to learn all of their previous limit breaks in order to be able to learn their level 4 limit break using the manual. We have not done our Planet Protector grind yet, and Aerith does not know Pulse of Life, which is her 3-2 limit break. So we cannot use Great Gospel to learn it yet.
I sense a mini grind coming in the near future.
Of a sorts.
Always kind of struck me weird as she had that like listening to the planet moment in the middle of a rope bridge. Still kind of strikes me as weird.
What do you hear? I hear building code violations.
Very interesting too here because they have the Sung and Aerith have a pretty big history, which they kind of added in the expanded story from like Crisis Core and some of the other content. But this is her kind of stepping off to the side and being like, really can't face him, and I also don't want to look at him after getting gibbed by Sephiroth. Do always love watching TAS menuing because you're just like, it could be this good. Impossible, but could be.
Oh, by the way, you can just grab Lucky Plus like that.
Yeah, chat's talking about not having memory cards. I know there was a lot of people that just left the console running for inordinate and exhaustive amounts of time to not have to deal with that. This is not the kind of game you can get away with that, though.
Yeah. I mean, there was one advertising poster that did challenge users to beat the game without a memory card.
That's a good way to get your console sent in for repairs. Who refills the traps? I'm more interested in that they give you enough leeway to literally be crushed and you're still fine. Like it. I know we went from having a certain amount of saves allowed on each cartridge, then however many times you feel per memory card, and then now it's wrapped back around again to however many they feel like giving you. Which is always fun, because games are just so massive nowadays. download a couple and your entire hard drive is full. Oh, yeah, I forgot about those. The third-party memory cards, third-party controllers, back in the day were not useful. I think everybody had that Mad Catz controller that their friend got to play with, and they're like, "This is abysmal. I hate everything."
Welcome to the clock room.
And the dungeons feel so much more grandiose in my memory than they are in reality.
Today we're gonna do something fun. Yeah, so the randomized option is basically never used, but we just do it to hit the exact setting we want. Because TAS can do that.
I guess it's slightly quicker, or just.
That's a good amount quicker, actually.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'd actually run back to the top left, then come back and then set it to the bottom. With two advancements.
Because you have to like cycle the whole hour to get the hour hand to move, which is painfully slow.
RTA runs also go to the number 5 slot to get an extra ribbon. At least they can.
I was gonna say, I feel like we're forgetting something here, but I guess
as long as we get
one.
As long as we get the Princess Guard, we're fine. At least TAS is fine. That's in the clock room. That's the only item you need.
Hard required,
Yeah.
So ribbon is like ingrained in my memory as a hard required thing, but I guess it's, if you're a TAS, you don't have to worry about status effects if you could just manipulate whether they hit or not, or if they even happen. I want to say like everything in the temple is missable.
Yeah, pretty much. There are a couple of missable things in the temple, specifically Princess Guard and the Morph materia, and Luck Plus materia. Maybe something else. Probably something else.
I'd imagine there's another way to get the gag weapons, like the mop and such.
Yeah, those can be purchased from. Those can be purchased from Junon later. And Bahamut, Bahamut is also missable, but that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, the Bahamut trio, my favorite summon set of the entire game.
Hope we're all ready for hunting dragons. It's dwagon season.
Which is always, it's always nice finally getting through these fights because you start getting the elemental bangles for either like half or absorb.
So, Planet Protector needs to be used 5 times to unlock Pulse of Life.
Oh, I see what we're doing here.
Each time we want to use Planet Protector, Aerith needs to take damage, which means she can't be invulnerable, which means she can't be under the status of Planet Protector. So haste is used to make sure that her Planet Protectors can wear off as quickly as possible. We use Planet Protector, and during this entire animation, actually I don't think it's starting to count yet, but after Planet Protector, we throw in another limit break on Tifa. Time is flowing throughout this entire animation, which means it's counting towards Aerith's Planet Protector time. Same thing during at least a good portion of that animation. And now it's already worn off. And that was 2. The boss has all bosses in this game pretty much have scripts that indicate when they do their attacks, and some of them have some logic to choose who to target, but oftentimes, in the majority of instances, the targets of attacks are random.
I guess from my understanding, the majority of like RTA runs as branching fights based on who gets hit by what, if it actually impacts the run, versus like just keep throwing grenades till it's dead, don't worry about it.
Yeah, fight strategy can involve keeping Tifa at low health while mitigating the chance of her dying if she were to be hit by an attack. Ooh, just got it just before hitting that encounter threshold.
Interesting. The healing I understand, but swapping party positions is an interesting, I guess that must be part of manipulating the targeting of the boss.
Alright, here's Demon's Gate. You know you love him.
Love to hate him. There ain't no version of this guy that's easy.
There's Planet Protector number 3.
I see this is going to drag on long enough that we don't need to haste.
Aerith was hasted, but that's it.
Oh, okay. Missed it. I thought it was a random item use.
Aerith's going to cure herself to be able to get hit more. That's Planet Protector number 4. It's also worth noting that Demon's Gate is being kept above 7,500 HP very deliberately right now, because otherwise that'll start it into its Demon Rush phase, which makes it do an attack that causes it to move forwards. And right now we're basically doing the final kill. Oh, nice miss on Tifa. And there's 5. And he's dead.
Kind of nonsense you only see in the TAS.
Yep. So, if you've been thinking about how this is going to work, how we're going to learn Great Gospel, you might be a little bit concerned. We have gotten our 5 limit uses that gives us Pulse of Life, which unlocks the conditions to allow us to learn Great Gospel, but from now on, Aerith is no longer in the party, and there's not an opportunity for us to use the Great Gospel book on her, which is a requirement because that's what's needed to learn the limit break. We'll see how we're going to resolve this conundrum.
I'm going to put my money on we're hoping the leaderboard moderator does not check the run.
Oh no, not Kate Sith.
Kate Sith obviously does what I did with puzzles, just mash the button until it was correct.
Young Cloud's just vibing. So, for some reason, in the script sequence of the cutscenes that are being used here, there are several times where there are commands in succession to enable and immediately disable access to the menu. For some reason, for a specific technical reason, one of these results in a one-frame window that the menu is allowed to be opened on, right here. And that's how we use Great Gospel.
That's one way to do it, is to take advantage of an errant frame when you can open the menu.
Yep. The reason that happens is because of the script speed limiter, actually. On field scripts are actually only allowed to execute 8 instructions per frame. And if there are more instructions to execute, they get pushed off to the next frame. It just so happens that one of these pairs of disable and enable instructions menu enable followed by menu disable instructions that are there for some reason. I have no idea why those are there, but one of those instructions happens to occur right on the boundary between an 8 instruction count, splitting between one frame and the next frame. So the 8th instruction is a menu enable. The frame gets split. A frame passes where you're able to open the menu, and then on the next frame, the following the menu disable instruction runs, followed by 7 other instructions. And it's just because that happens to fall there in the script that gives us the one frame that lets us open the menu, which lets us do the whole strategy with Demon's Gate and using Planet Protectors on Demon's Gate. And that's only possible because we can use Great Gospel after Demon's Gate is defeated. Because of the scripting thing. A similar strat that and something like that is also done RTA, but with only one of the Planet Protectors instead of all 5. So that's also used. That is used RTA, and luckily, you only have to be holding down the menu button in order for the menu to open. You don't actually have to press the menu button on the one frame that it's available.
Oh, nice! You can just buffer the input.
Yeah. Also, Aerith is gone, and so are all her items. Though actually, I think a lot of that was items. I think a lot of the menu log that just happened there was items moving from Aerith's inventory to the general inventory. Though Aerith's weapon and her armor get lost forever.
Yeah, losing the armor there kind of makes Demon's Gate much more obnoxious than it needs to be for knowledgeable players.
Yeah. And it means you do not want to put the Princess Guard on her.
Because even if you do, and even if you get the Princess Guard, you still have to verify that you have it. And you can't do that if you can't produce Aerith.
Actually, I guess for verifying purposes of 100%, did they have to show their inventory before the final boss, or can they load up a save?
The rules for verification now are that the save crystal is to be used on the right before the final descent, and the save crystal itself does therefore not require, or is not required to be in the inventory for that reason.
Okay.
And so you make a save there, then you complete the game, and then you load the save up after the run is done to verify that it was 100%.
That makes sense, because then you go through the menu very slowly rather than having to pause
it
frame by frame to check.
Welcome to Bone Village. It's not too hard to dig up the lunar harp. It's in the same place every time. Oh yeah, Mario Falling Sound. The rules are do not require 2 guidebooks. The reason why we get 2 guidebooks is because one of them is required for inventory and the other is required to trade for the underwater materia. If there is another way to get the underwater materia, then and also complete the column trader's quest, then you would not need the second guidebook. And there are similar exceptions for Emerald and Ruby because it is not possible to get more than one of those items without glitches. Whereas it is very possible to get multiple guidebooks without glitches. I think the enemies on that screen describe me right now. Coming up here, I believe we have Shell Hut Skip, which is a little paralysis dodge thingy we can do over in this place, right here. We can simultaneously hit a trigger to be prompted to sleep in this bed and open the chest that's below us. Collect an enemy skill materia, and then get out of here. Speaking of grabbing things through floors or ceilings, there's a comet materia.
All these years and we couldn't find a way to reverse fate, I guess. At least not in 100%.
Damn, she ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3.
I guess, well, there goes her voice actor role in Revelations. Oh, that miserable. I think some of these scenes are kind of like weirdly recontextualized based on the remakes, but I know not everybody jived with the action combat or the like retelling of the story. So I've been trying to keep that to a minimum. Though I've always been the kind of person where it's like, you know, these both can exist. They don't have to be dependent on each other to exist.
Alright, so if there's any one thing I know about this fight is that you don't want to get Aqualung, right? I'm just kidding, we're way too strong for that to matter.
Yeah. And Red just has enough trickle charge to survive.
And he's
too.
dead.
Yep. Compared to the any percent task where you just limp through that fight for like 15 minutes.
Can we get a ratio?
That's RTA viable strats right there.
Yeah. Can we get a ratio on the difference of time between this fight and the any percent fight? $30 to 1?
Horrible.
40 to 1?
Let me see if I can pull up Little Gecko's old TAS so I can kind of figure out what that is. Or hit the any percent TAS rather. Come in here with 365 HP on Cloud. So it looks like the any percent starts at 142XX and ends at 147.51. It is a solid 6 minutes for the any percent TAS. And that's not really considering RTA, where your damage is going to be a lot lower. The part where we could sneak all the items when we hit the bed. Or is that after this? I forget.
Actually, repeat that?
The segment where you like have to use the bed to rest or whatever, and you can kind of sneak around and steal the items by paralysis dodging or something like that, right?
Oh, we already passed that with the shotgun skip.
Yeah. Anyway, look at the bottom right corner. We're on disc 2 now.
Man. 4 hours and 40 minutes to get the disc 2.
But you know what you can't sneak around in that room and grab? Orthopedic underwear. Just saying. It's true.
All right, so disc 1, we did about a fifth of the game, so there are 5 discs.
Yeah. It's like, from what I remember, like the majority of the game is like disc 1, disc 2, and disc 3 is like 90% cutscenes or something like that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Kind of like circling back to what I said earlier about like wondering what this would be like on 64. I wonder how this story would have just been like harangued by not having the amount of cutscenes that it has versus like older games where it's all told through text.
Here we're gonna go grab the Hypno Crown. All hail the Hypno Crown.
Definitely.
Now slightly less frog-like.
Hypno Toad instead, maybe.
But there you go, Toad. That's the one I was thinking of.
I'm glad to know that you and I are on the same wavelength at any given moment. Just like.
I mean, that's what I thought Ace was going for.
That is what I was going for.
The 3 old men in a commentary booth. Just this exact same thought. You know, it's nice when I like give my brain a moment to process, because I was like, do we really need the Hypno Crown? Can't we just make it succeed? And then I was like, oh, unique item. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just every once in a while, you'd be surprised what happens if you let your brain catch up with your mouth.
Freezing.
Yeah, let's see if we can make it any. How far can we make it in roughly an hour?
We can make it pretty far.
Given its little gecko, yeah, I'm not. I would not be surprised.
Coming out of this house, we're going to be going back into this house and doing a paralysis dodge with that.
How many of these paralysis dodges are like reasonable RTA? Is it like none or?
A good number of them.
A lot of them.
This one is done RTA. So we have movement right now. You're not supposed to normally. And we can preserve movement through this little bit of the cutscene. And now we just get to skip the rest of the cutscene. Once we pass through enough of it that we hit some flag.
I'm a bit sad. I did enjoy watching Elaine just fall down, tumbling the whole mountain.
Alright, who's ready for some snowboarding?
Sneaky flashbang, thanks. Final Fantasy VII. Alright, Ace, Blink, do you enjoy the snowboarding minigame or no?
Nope.
I'm not too good at it, but I probably would enjoy it if I did it more.
I think I'm in the same boat.
At least somewhat.
Seems like it would be fun. if you get used to it, but getting used to it is more time than I have.
You know, a lot of people put on like songs during this section since it's very quiet. You know, give it a little bit of atmosphere.
A little bit of SSX.
But the song of
tricky.
choice that I would put on would be the George of the Jungle song.
You don't take anything seriously, do you?
No, I don't. Well, let me rephrase that. I do when it matters.
Only for important things. But
There you
nothing's
go.
important.
That's the life of a chaotic neutral.
Fair.
So the paths we take down do actually matter. They will determine which of 4 different locations we will spawn in once we hit the bottom. And so pretty much every speedrun that I've ever seen takes this set of paths down. I think it's going right then left.
I was going to ask if 100% may have a different order to optimize item collection.
Nope, there's not really much we need to collect down in this area.
Gotcha. So I think like Alexander is the only unique thing down here.
Yeah.
And
That's-
added cut.
Yeah, but we'd be getting that anyway.
Oh, added cut, my beloved. When Deathblow misses, added cut's there to save you.
Only marginally.
I kind of wish there was more like physical commands. It's just like Deathblow.
Have you seen the command materia?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like there's a lot of like different stuff, but it's like
Double cut / all
quad
mug.
if you really, well, yeah, I guess mug too.
Coin.
Whoa, that's a different set of problems altogether. Coin slash.
So
throw.
it's really bringing a whole new meaning to toss a coin to your Witcher.
I'm so glad that guild toss is garbage in Rebirth. I was so worried about it being unbalanced. Found out it was actually in the demo, so I started doing a bunch of testing with it. I was like, what is this? Yeah, I think I have the same kind of feeling. It's like I like this area, but I also hate it because it's so needlessly convoluted, in my opinion. Very hard to navigate, especially with the timer.
Make sure to touch the water.
Though I personally like it because Alexander and added cut are super cool to me. My like of the area depends on what items are there within. It's very primal. Yeah, 7 kind of has its ups and downs with the story, where there's like huge bulks of it and then some very lean portions.
This little section right here is actually on the world map. It's just on its own special world map that's not the same as the main one.
It looks like it doesn't have any encounter table.
It's
Nice.
just it doesn't have the field map encounter logic because it's on the world map.
I see, I see.
But it does have an encounter table.
Yeah, it does have encounters, but they're easily avoidable in a task setting, just because you can manipulate world map RNG all you want.
It's Snow Boss. And she's dead. We also get a random ice crystal drop from that. That's not required for the run or anything, but I mean, as in there are other places to get ice crystal. It's just optional to do so there. The thing making Deathblow so accurate is the fact that a task can simply only use Deathblow at the times when it would hit and wait for a different RNG value if it wouldn't hit. And it's high damaging because of the Power Soul, which I actually didn't really explain it properly. I'm realizing now. The Power Soul is a Tifa weapon that does double damage if she is in critical HP, and quadruple damage if she's in Death Sentence with the two stacking. So she just had Death Sentence put on her, so that multiplies her damage by 4. She's in critical HP, that multiplies that by 2 to a total multiplication of 8. Deathblow does a crit, that's another doubling of the damage. And RTA does also do the same strat. It's just if it misses, then it misses. Or if it misses, then you have added cut, which is also present on Deathblow. Some routes get a preemptive fight against that snow. In that case, preemptive attacks cannot, attacks against a preemptive enemy also can't miss. So that's another strategy that could be used, but not all routes get a preempt there. And also some other routes will have Cloud use cross slash on that fight, and attacks cannot miss against a stopped or paralyzed enemy, so that causes them to always hit. That's used for fights like Red Dragon and Genova Life in RTA runs as well. But since the task can just not miss their attacks, we don't really need that. Alright, here's a Stilva. And that's Magic Breath. And there's your Holy Torch. And there's our one ribbon. Oh yeah, that's right. Gigas Armlet massively increases Tifa's strength, which just does more damage. Which is why she's doing so much more damage against these enemies than she was against, say, Red Dragon or Demon's Gate. That's why she could do 4,000 or so to Demon's Gate, but 6,000 to Genova Life, for example.
What's that? Sorry, say that again? Okay.
Oh yeah, I should actually mention that we are actually over halfway through the boss counter now.
All right, we're halfway through something. All right, guys, so wrap it up. We're headed home for the day. Yeah, I'm assuming you guys already answered the D-blow question.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, manipulating it on a frame-by-frame level versus crossing your fingers and praying that the game lets you finish your run.
Or using one of another couple of strategies to ensure that death blow hits.
Oh, are there other ways to do it, RTA?
Yes, in certain circumstances, you can either paralyze or stop the enemy, which will make attacks never miss them, or attacks will also never miss against a preempted enemy.
Oh, cool. I never even... I think I remember being told about the
And
paralysis, but not the preemptive.
And I believe also they will land 100% on manipulated targets.
Okay.
Ooh.
That
That's
also
some
sounds
cheeky
right to me.
ways to handle that. I'll have to remember that next time I play casually, because I am a hopeless D-blow addict.
That ends up being important later when we have slash all equipped for things,
You know,
because D-blow is a little bit faster.
when you started talking Blink, I really thought you were going to go somewhere else, since I used the phrase D-blow one too many times. I wasn't sure if I could trust you.
You dirty-minded individual. See, his laughter even hints at his guiltiness.
Anybody that smoked me in person knows exactly where my brain is. The reality of the situation is I have marathon mode and not marathon mode.
So there we
Apparently I have
used
storm mode too.
Yeah, so there we use Aqua Lung against this fight. Even though we only have to defeat the Icicle and not the Bats in order to clear it, we also want to get a Vampire Fang drop, as we just did there. And that requires you to actually kill one of the Bats in order to have a chance to get the drop.
I'm surely not the first, but does anyone find it ironic that Aqua Lung breaks in Icicle? Feels like that would make it better.
that would...
That's the craziest thing that you're bringing up about all the physics travesties that have happened in this run.
No, we were complaining
We
about
talked about the plane.
Yeah, I was about to say, weren't you here for that?
I mean, if you put
Yeah,
an
we brought up
Icicle
the
in
plane, and you're bringing up how does water break an icicle.
Pretty
It melts
easily
it
if you put-
clearly.
If you put an Icicle in warm water, especially, that'll crack it.
Yeah.
Complete aside, but that reminds me of, I think I was watching a clip of like Gordon Ramsay or something from Hell's Kitchen or whatever the show's called. And
You're a donut.
no, yes, but no. He was talking to this chef, and she was trying to boil water and then put cold water in it. He's like, "Why would you do that?" He's just like, "What? It makes the water boil faster." And he was just speechless.
That is the reversal of a real effect, which is where hot water freezes faster than cold water in some circumstances.
But yeah, it was just one of those like, huh, I am baffled by the stupidity that it takes to think this, but I applaud your effort.
No, I think she was mistaken about a real thing.
It wouldn't be the first time. There's a lot of, learning disabilities like dyslexia and stuff like that, where you kind of reverse actual things like you're mentioning. It's actually news to me. I didn't realize boiling water could freeze faster in certain circumstances. But I'm never shy to learn a new thing.
So yeah, I'm also just realizing right now that of course we killed the evil heads before because those were extra kills for the same number of fights.
For limits, yeah.
Yeah, for limit learning.
Is there any reason these chests are blue? Or is it just like a palette limitation or something? Do you guys know?
No, there's not really any palette limitations like that. That would be dependent on background colors or anything like that. I don't know why.
Interesting.
Other than it being an aesthetic choice, I don't specifically know.
Imagine being like, these yellow chests stick out too much here. We need to make them blue. But they can be yellow everywhere else.
To be honest, that was probably the consideration, and I do understand that.
Yeah. I loathe it a bit because the blue kind of bends into the background for some of them, like the one at the back end of the icicles is kind of hard to see. I think it made me miss one or two of them as a kid, and then somebody's like, "Oh, there's this here," and I'm like, "Oh, so it is." Yeah, it's a Florida thing. You just get used to the thunder at a certain point. You're like, if power goes out, power goes out. My computer and internet are on a backup, so you guys will at least have 10 minutes of content before everything goes down. What can I say? Maybe that might make this stream less than 6 hours.
I mean, cool. I mean, you know, I'm sure that that's going to be a little more comfortable for the audience than a 6 to 7 hour stream.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna cap it at the 6. I'm playing with the idea of like just stopping at 5 hours and 53 minutes, and a little bit depending on where is like a good spot to stop, like entering a dungeon or exiting one, that kind of thing. So I'd like to avoid just like okay, we're just gonna stop now in the middle of a schizo boss fight.
Anyway, here's Schizo. Each of the heads on Schizo has a counter for how many times it will get hit before it does an earth counterattack. That's not too relevant though, just because we do so much damage per attack.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter when you can 3-shot the fella. Oh, 4-shot, excuse me.
Sometimes it does feel like that.
Yeah, the ice head is 6 and the fire head is 5, and I believe one attack has already been done on the fire head.
Man. Tifa's...
Definitely more than one attack. Never mind. Anyway, there we still have protectoring.
Is it just me, or is Tifa's damage like double it would be in an any % run?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the battery caps farming will do for you.
I guess it's because of all the multipliers that it gets so ridiculously high.
Yeah, and just her being a much higher level and having much higher stats. Again, thanks to the battery cap grind. Anyway, that was Schizo. We got a Protectoring. That Protectoring as steel is actually done in some Hundo routes, but not the most recent Hundo route.
Yeah, Blink.
Yeah, I mean, I have a faster thing of doing it because RTA, that steel sucks.
It does.
I remember seeing some people reset, or... Well, I guess you really don't reset 100% run, it just dies.
Yeah.
It's just... Genja is like the only person I know that just resets runs like that. The good old brave man.
Yeah, the new route will do Protect Ring in the Northern Crater. We've come up with a step route that resets at one point so that you can get the earliest movers encounter, and then you just morph it with Yuffie, and it gives you the Protect Ring, and you run.
Oh, nice. Don't even have to worry about a steel raid.
Nope.
Yeah, that would have been difficult to make viable with a step route that still used mithril mines for kill grinds, for example.
It can be done though, because that is exactly what I do with the current route.
Anyway, say hello to Big Shoes.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Big Shoes.
Oh yeah, this is just straight a drop. It's not even a steal.
Yep.
Speaking of step route and stuff, how do you go about like changing the step route in something like this, especially for like 100%?
You choose, so the way that it deviates in I have to think where the deviation is, but I know that the way that I originally intended the deviation was you take the middle ladder in reactor 5, so it uses less steps. I think Zeal, with certain movement, was able to still do the route without taking the middle ladder. But then it becomes way tighter. And then doing things like elevator. Like elevator, you're on a live screen for a long time compared to the stairs.
So it's all looking at the amount of steps and then kind of trying to branch out from there by shaving or adding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like determining what encounters you walk under, what encounters you take, things like that. And then using that to determine what formations those encounters will be, and making sure that you get the correct formations at all points. Or like that, you get at least good formations ideally, but for 100% especially, you get the correct formations that you need at each point where you need a specific formation.
Makes more sense with that, because it always kind of seemed, at least from a casual viewer, like mysticism and magic to some extent. It's like, how do you go about planning something so complex?
Spreadsheets.
Yeah, spreadsheets and puzzling and identifying what are key events that will make the branches.
Cool.
Yeah, I made the step route for one of the earlier hundo routes.
Is it often that non-runners are making the step routes, or?
Zeal made his step route for no slots. So runners do. Like, it takes knowledge of the game's mechanics to really understand, and then having the resources to use. Zeal uses a different resource than Ace and I have probably used to branch out and build a step route.
Interesting.
If you're talking about the spreadsheets, then I use those as well.
One sec. Okay, I thought I heard a knock, so was there a knocking in the background for one of you guys?
And I didn't hear anything.
Nope. Just thunder, and more thunder.
I didn't even hear thunder from you, Sid.
Yeah.
Good. If I'm the only
Anyway,
one hearing it, that's fine.
Anyway, here's Jedi
Welcome to J-Death.
I just love that we wander into these fights with, like, no healing, empty HP.
I mean, typically that is the strat for this in RTA, and it's just because Tifa wears a fire ring and this boss deals fire damage, so you take zeros.
So it's 100% safe. Got it.
Yeah. But I think right now she probably is using a power wrist.
I mean, at this point, here we just use the tried and true strategy of don't get hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, obviously in the TAS setting, you can manipulate which way the attacks go, or just straight up skip the enemy's turn, but... Casual viewer, ooh, ah, shiny thing. Obvious statement is obvious. Yeah, but I always, routing is interesting in the other layer of, like, knowing when encounters will come, or how to kind of delay them or hold on to them or look for certain encounter formations is such an interesting wrinkle that makes it feel oh so extremely complicated to newer runners.
So I'm just going to mention that after this little section right here, like these next two screens, there is not going to be much for the next 14 to 15 minutes. So if you need to go do something, now is not a bad time. As soon as we get through this next screen, I didn't even talk about the whirlwind screens.
If only this was the halfway point of the TAS. Would have been the perfect cutoff point.
Yeah.
I mean, if we got a low point, this is probably a good time to just ride it out so that the next segment starts with content. As
yeah,
it were.
if we want to plan something out, we basically get the high wind at 5 hours and 38 or 37 or so minutes.
Yeah,
So if we want to cut it there, that's a potential place we can do.
Yeah, and if we feel like it, we can always shorten the other one a bit by playing back the grinding at a little bit of a faster pace, if possible. Because I mean, watching just Aeriths was enough. You can probably do that again and then move on.
Yes, there will be more of that grinding.
The first introduction of Zack, a character they added to fix the story. And then became so popular, he got his own game.
Wait, you mean he wasn't an original character? What?
I mean, depends on your definition. But
Zaxu!
I love that fun fact that it's like Zack was just like band-aided into the story, and then because he was popular enough, despite having 3 cutscenes, he got his own game. Development history of this game is so rich.
I think if anything, the reason he was picked is because of his fascination of squats.
I mean, possibly. Just, I wonder who on development was like obsessed with squats, because he got his own little midi game. Became like a nervous tick for Zack. I'm just imagining like this jacked ass programmer. Like wearing muscle shirts, just like.
Or he has like literally steel pipes for legs after all the squats.
I like this small, very thin upper body frame, and then as soon as he stands up, his like thighs are as big as his chest.
Yeah.
Like what?
I want to find a picture now.
Very productive commentary. It's just the two of us waxing stupid, and then Ace going, anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but the like village fire cutscene now reminds me of the like was it like instant ramen ad they had for Rebirth?
Okay, I found it.
Oh no.
Here you go, Sid.
You're about to open an external link. Are you sure you want to continue? There's some things that can't be unseen. VOD viewers, you're lucky.
That is the result of Zach's constant need for squatting.
Yeesh. And the black materia on Barrett, because it's quicker dialogue, right? Oh my god, you're spoiling Revelations for me. You mean he was here all along? Sorry, I'll seal myself out. I'll actually write some funny bits next time. I'm kind of interested to see how this gets revealed in Revelations and how it plays out. do kind of like the OG reveal of the weapons, just these big old what the F. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, I do like old cutscenes too. These hold up surprisingly well given the limitations. You let the dog in, you let the dog out, still not happy, just gonna bark. Well, good thing I got those battery backups, or the stream would have just died. I got a flicker. Worth your money.
That's assuring.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can make it to the airship even if power dies right now, as long as
Just
the
barely.
internet doesn't go
Maybe just barely.
Ugh. Speaking of, I was gonna send you guys over to Zeal, but it looks like he died to Earth Mallet yet again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did find an alternate off ramp, but we'll get there when we get there. I guess since we're getting towards the end, I would once again wrap around to the same thing that we've said a few times, especially since it's a longer stream. This is a pleasure to be able to show this 100% TAS provided to us by lilgecko, and we appreciate everybody that decided to spend their 4th of July, whether just a little bit of time or the entire day with us. as well as all of the VOD viewers that watch this. All that helps support the channel. And as well, I would very much like to say thank you to Ace and Blink for contributing to that by giving us your 4th of July as well. We very much appreciate it here. Limit Break.
Yeah, I say this every time. Thank you for letting us on. All right, we got movement. We got gameplay.
Yeah, usually we try to get the raw recordings uploaded as soon as possible. I'll make sure I try and upload it tonight, right after this is over. Might have to do some funky stuff, because I don't pay for expensive Google Drive, and about to find out whether this recording is more than 15 gigs or not. Should be fine, though.
Alright, so this fight here is a little strange in that you can just run away from it. These guys are attacking us and we can just run away from them. And, yeah, they're gone now.
So strange.
I'd find the strange part is more so that you run away and they just disappear.
Yeah,
It's like a
so
magic
they
trick.
ran away.
We ran away, they go away. Sounds good to me.
The stream might be on the fritz. Oh, no, it's back.
Power surge finally come into roost, I guess.
Alright, so here, there's a little skip that we can do. Every map has a version of the player on it, but usually these cutscenes have the player be invisible and unable to be moved. This time they made the player invisible, but they didn't make them unable to be moved. So we can just walk out the door.
Seems like a constant problem with this game.
It's only a problem in 2 places, as far as I'm aware. 3 places.
I was gonna say, this one's new to me. I didn't even know you could do this.
There skipped like a lot of fights.
Yeah, my brain was like, why we open menu? And then I was like, thought about 5 hours ago. I was like, oh, that's right. We can skip encounters by doing this.
Yep.
Magic.
Yeah, this does activate the duplicating boss glitch, but we don't have any scripted encounters on field maps for a while, and actually it turns out it's specifically field map encounters and scripted encounters on field maps that cause this to occur, that cause the glitch to occur.
I see. Yeah, I wish that went as well as it does for me casually. It just always feels hard to handle this little mini game. Bad place to charge. I gotta wonder if we'll actually fight that weapon in the final game or not. Or if they'll just nuke it the same exact way.
I mean, they did have us both run past and fight the Midgar Zolom, so if there's anything that Square has shown us, they are very capable of having and eating their cake.
You know, I never thought about it that way. So RTA losing the slap fights quicker. TAS probably can win this faster than lose it.
Oh, yeah, although that text back there saying Sister Ray. Do not believe this is the Sister Ray. Although, if the Sister Ray is a Ray to this, then this is a sister to the Sister Ray.
Nope. Sad.
Yeah. The task can win the slap fight faster, but only if the RNG that it would use to do so happens to line up well. If it doesn't, then it would not be faster to try to win.
In other words, manipulating it wastes more time.
Yeah, at least I think that's the case.
I think we'll be pausing it very quickly, and we will be showing the second half tomorrow on our normal show time, starting around noon.
All right.
It'll be a little bit longer, but I think, if possible, we're going to speed up the grinding segment to maybe add like a 50% speed boost to it or something, so we can still view it, but it is going to be pretty monotonous, so we'll talk about it behind the scenes, and you guys will find out tomorrow what the final ruling on that is. I very much want to make sure that there isn't a hour-long period where just everybody skips that part of the VOD, because nothing's really going on. And I don't want the live viewers to have to watch that either. So we'll pause as soon as we actually get to the overworld control segment here. But I think we are wrapping up for the day. You guys have anything you want to say before we head on out?
Go ahead, Ace.
I think I'm good, to be honest.
I mean, it's not like you guys don't have another 6 hours tomorrow.
I guess just have a good 4th and spend time with your families.
Yeah.
Yeah, Happy America Day.
America. once again, thanks Little Gecko for letting us showcase your TAS. We really do appreciate it. We're looking forward to the next 6 hours just as much as we enjoyed this previous 5.5. But like I said before, we were going to raid CEO. We do have somebody running Final Fantasy VII. Not 100%. We got Pete Town Rocks, and I'll be sending you guys over there as soon as we stop this up. But I want to let this naturally come to the segment I mentioned.
There's also a newer, or not a newer runner, but another runner named Chocoberator.
I mean, pop it in the Discord. We can raid them instead. Pete Town Rocks has enough viewers. Be more than happy to share the love.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, and that will be it for today. Like I said, we will be back noon sharp tomorrow Eastern time, but for now, we've got some other runners doing stuff. We will catch up with you guys tomorrow, and if you don't make it, we will be putting the VODs on YouTube as soon as possible. Thanks everybody for dropping by. Have a good one.
See you tomorrow.